We need to read the commandments, right? No, not really.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. How y'all feeling? Y'all all right? Thank you. This is everybody good? All minds clear? Now hear how he ended that thing with a
Did you hear your Rollins? Did you hear your Rollins? He was like,
You're holding it down. You're holding it down. Turn it up. Turn it up. We gonna teach you.
Go work out. Show fire lessons.
Right. All right, y'all. All minds clear? Hallelujah. This is Deuteronomy or Devarim, chapter 6 and verse 4. Hear, O Yisrael, Yahuwah our Elohim. I'm sorry. Yahuwah our Elohim, Yahuwah is one. Shema Yisrael.
Shema Yisrael.
Yahuwah Eloheinu.
Yahuwah Eloheinu.
Yahuwah Echad.
Yahuwah Echad.
This is Exodus or Shemot, chapter 20, beginning at verse 3. We will have no other mighty ones.
We will have no other mighty ones.
Against the Most High.
Against the Most High.
We will not make any carved image.
We will not make any carved image.
Or any likeness.
Or any likeness.
Of that which is in Shamayim above.
That which is shining above.
Or which is in the earth beneath.
Which is in the earth beneath.
Or which is in the waters under the earth.
Which is in the waters under the earth.
We will not bow down to them.
We will not bow down to them.
Nor serve them.
Nor serve them.
For Yahuwah El
Yahuwah El
is a jealous
is
El,
a jealous El.
visiting the wickedness
Visiting the wickedness
of the fathers on the children,
of the fathers on the children.
to the third and fourth generation
Third and fourth generation.
of those that hate him,
Those that hate him.
but showing kindness
Showing
to
kindness.
thousands of those
Thousands of those
who love him
who love him.
and keep his commandments.
And keep his commandments.
We will not bring the name
We will not bring the name
of Yahuwah
of
El
Yahuwah El
to nothing.
to nothing.
For Yahuwah will not leave us unpunished,
Do not leave us unpunished.
who brings his name to nothing.
Who brings his name to nothing.
We will remember the Shabbat day
We will remember Shabbat day
to keep it Kodesh.
to keep it Kodesh.
6 days we will labor
6 days we will labor
and do all our work.
do all our work.
But the seventh day
But the seventh day
is the Shabbat
is the
of
Shabbat
Yahuwah El.
of Yahuwah El.
For in 6 days
For 6 days
Yahuwah made Shamayim
Yahuwah made Shamayim
and the earth
and the earth
and the sea
and the sea
and all that is in them.
all that is in them.
And rested the seventh day.
And rested the seventh day.
Therefore Yahuwah barak the Shabbat day.
Therefore Yahuwah barak the Shabbat day.
We will respect our
We
fathers
will respect our fathers
and our mothers,
and our mothers.
so that our days are long
So that our days are long
upon the earth.
on the earth.
We will not
We
murder.
will not murder.
We will not commit
We
adultery.
will not commit adultery.
We will not
We
steal.
will not steal.
We will not bear false
We
witness
will not bear false witness
against our neighbor.
against our neighbor.
We will not covet
We will not cover
anything that is our neighbor.
our neighbors.
Abba Yahuwah, we thank you for your goodness and your kindness to us, Father. We thank you for waking us up, Father. We thank you for the breath of life that is in our body, Father. We thank you for our mind to come together on your Shabbat day, Father. Father, we just give you praise and honor and esteem, Father. We can't praise you enough for all the things you've done for us, Father. Father, we ask you to continue to, we ask you to forgive us, Father, for our sins, Father. We committed transgressions and iniquities, Father. We ask you to remove them from us, Father, and remove them from our charge, Father. We ask you to allow us to see those things in us that we should change, Father, so we don't have to come back to you then asking for repentance, Father, and forgiveness, Father. We ask you to be with us as we sing your praise today, Father. Allow your word to come in the room, Father, and saturate us with your love, Father, and your power, Father. We want that power that comes from you, Father. Father, we ask you to allow us to hear the word today, Father. allow us to prepare our hearts for it, Father, and our minds, Father. We are to clear all things that are unlike you, Father. Any distractions from our mind, Father, we hear your word, Father, that it may fall on good ground, Father, and bear fruit worthy of repentance, Father. We thank you for the word, Father. We ask you to allow the speaker to have clarity of thought and speak as your words of life come forth, Father. We ask you to be with us as we fellowship today, Father. Allow us to love and be with one another, Father, as a family, in righteousness and love, Father. We ask you to bless the food, Father, and allow it to be nourishing for our body. All the things, Father, we give this whole day to you, Father, from here forward, Father. We ask you to be a day of completeness and wholeness in you, Father. In the name of Yahushua HaMashiach, we pray. So be it.
So be it.
Why we not operating in it? We supposed to be dressed every time, every day. As soon as your feet hit the floor, forget putting on your natural clothes. You need your spiritual clothes. Hallelujah. Trust in Him, I believe in Him, and I know He will make a way. He is the ultimate way maker. That's why we trust and believe in Him. But His word tells us this very thing. Believe in Him. Trust on Him. Hallelujah. You did not create me to worry. You did not create me to fear. But you created me to worship daily. So I believe it all right here.
Help me say
You
yeah.
did not create me to worry.
You did not create me.
You did not create me to fear.
But you created
But
me.
you created me to worship daily. So I believe it all right here.
My hands are
My
raised.
hands are raised because I surrender.
Your will is
Your will is what's best for me. I worship you because you're Jehovah Jireh. I bow before the King of Kings.
No more
No
crying.
more crying, no more complaining.
I believe your word is
I believe your word is true.
yeah, you promised.
Now you promise never to leave me. No,
This is what I'm gonna
this is
do.
what I'm going through.
I will trust
25th Street praise. We can't be done. We can't be done. Travis know what I'm talking about.
Oh, we can do that for sure.
Gotta say something. Gotta do the Shema or something.
Who said that? Who said it? Yeah.
We mess around. Yeah, we mess around and have some issues with it.
Someone y'all wrote it. Look at that. They said they wrote it. Someone they wrote it. What? They wrote it? Like, y'all okay? Y'all took the track again, that's all. You wrote it down when you was there. Yeah, that's bold. They can use it, but why they gotta say they wrote it down? That's how you drive. From now on, that's how you drive. Let me see that. Oh. Yes. I thought you left, right?
Anybody grab the black notebook and see up here?
They don't want you.
It's not nifty.
Anybody? Black notebook. Anybody? Did y'all see a black notebook up here?
Somebody has a move. Everybody look for black notebook.
Not everybody look around at once. That's it? That's not it? Yeah, it's there.
We ain't been but a couple places.
No lessons still, y'all. Take it and go teach it somewhere else. Antoine had it. It's okay.
I'll find it. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh, I see. I think I see it now. Ain't got no sense. No sense.
We good? Without further ado, we are about to get into a lesson concerning something that's probably been it's something we've been talking about like individually, and we kind of did a Bible study on this. Well, not just on this, but for the last week. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even know that I was teaching on this week until I spoke to him on yesterday. So the title of the lesson thing is called The Anti-Mashiach, or the Antichrist, the Proud One. The Antichrist, the Proud One.
Uh-oh.
All right?
Well, that may be us.
Let's go ahead and turn this over to my Yaakov.
Shabbat Shalom. How y'all feeling? Every week on time, all the time? No.
One of the babies said,
Speak the truth.
that's right. Speak every man truth to his neighbor.
No.
Truth is going to be spoken out of the mouth of babes.
We're going to do what we want to do. All right, like we said, we're going into anti-Mashiach. All right, what do y'all know about anti-Messiah or Christ? He's a what? He's a counterfeit. Okay? Anything else? Anybody else? I'll get you next time. Well, we're going to speak about the one. The one.
He's the one that is basically the Messiah that this world is really looking for. He is coming in the likeness of Solomon, someone that the people are going to love, going to be real charming, they're coming with peace.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. So, yes. I will agree with you.
Thanksgiving?
Not the olive lamb.
All right. So this,
Butterball?
with this book, for some reason, especially us in this country, we want to make everything in this book pertain directly to us. Right?
Egypt, Babylon,
When you do
Israel,
that,
all three.
it makes you mess up horribly.
Yes.
Right? So, what's the best block in Detroit? Your block, right? Because you stay over there. What's the best high school in the city? Yeah. Why is that? Because you went there, right?
That's right. Come on.
No. What if your parents moved, they took you to another school? Now is this one the best because you got there? Yep.
I'm the one who make the school.
Brandon down in Florida says Dallas is the real D-town.
Nah.
Why is that?
He was
Because
on
I stay here.
Hey, but why he have to say it's the real? Because he know Detroit is really. I know you out there.
He ain't been yet, that's all.
You know.
But we gotta stop that. We gotta pay attention to what the book actually says and speaks. Sister just posted on Facebook last night. The great whore is the Catholic Church. And Satan's seat is there. I gave her the scripture and told her this is actually what it's saying. Well, have you just stuck on with that? Okay. Yeah, because you don't got all the secret books like I got. Okay. Okay. So this book, just like all of the righteous characters are some way pointing to Mashiach, right? So from Joseph is showing you a picture of Mashiach. Moses is showing you a picture of Mashiach. All right? All of these different people are showing you pictures of Mashiach. So they all are speaking about him indirectly in some way, shape, or form if you know how to paint the picture. But on the opposite side, there's somebody else that all of the wicked characters are pointing to as well. Right? So we got to figure this out and go with what the book says. Because I know America has to be the most wicked nation ever created. Right? This is what people be saying. You telling me all of this, that, and the third, and this ain't, is not talking about this place. All right? Give me Genesis 3:15.
Genesis, Bereshit, chapter 3, at verse 15. And I will put enmity between you and the woman.
Between what?
You and the woman.
So he's going to put enmity, he's going to make beef between him and the woman. Read.
And between your seed and her seed.
Whose seed?
Your seed and her seed.
So it's going to be enmity between the serpent and the woman and between the two seeds. So who is the woman's seed? Who is it? It's Mashiach, right? So if Mashiach is the ultimate seed from the woman, then who is the ultimate seed from the serpent?
The anti-Mashiach.
The anti-one, right? So everybody, all the way back in here. I think I might know the dude's name. But we'll see. We shall see. Give me Matthew 24:4.
The book of Matthew, chapter 24, at verse 4. And Yeshua answered and said unto them, take heed that no man deceive you.
Like what?
Take heed that no man deceive you.
So they asked him the sign of his coming, and the first thing he told them was what?
Take heed that no man deceive you.
Don't let nobody come to you and trick you. You think that's what's going to happen? Somebody's going to come to you and trick you and deceive you. But why do we get deceived all the time? don't know the law, and would you believe that we actually like to be deceived?
Comfortable.
You like to be deceived.
Comfortable.
You see red flags, and you act like it's flowers.
That's just his
Right? We actually like to be tricked. So, what you got up?
24-4.
Yeah, we actually enjoy being deceived. Example, when you meet the guy and you know from the jump that he ain't right. Exactly. Black Mike.
Now, let me add this to that. Right. See,
You know me so well.
you got Black Mike, right? Then you got Pretty Tony. What's the difference between Black Mike and Pretty Tony? That's it. You gonna see Black Mike gonna be off the rip with it. Pretty Tony is a little bit more subtle, cunning. He's a little bit more poised, right? The end result is the same. I just don't never want y'all to get away from thinking about Pretty Tony because you're focused on Black Mike.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So you know it up front. So when you pull up in the Bonneville with the sound beating, you know it off the rip. Oh, and he got his bullet holes is in the door. Right? You know it up front. And you do it anyway. I can't believe it. You knew it. Same thing on the opposite side. You see that girl in there dancing the way she is and doing all that stuff she's doing. And you see it. But you say, you know what? I can change it. I can turn her into a housewife. You knew. Don't act shocked at the end. You already knew it.
I don't care what they say about you.
Oh my God.
They ain't me.
And this is how you get got. So 95% I'll be telling y'all of the stuff that's going on with you,
Me and the crew used to.
you did it. You welcomed it in with open arms. You brought it to yourself. All right? Give me Ezekiel 38:1.
Ezekiel chapter 38, verse 1. And the word of Yahuwah came unto me, saying, Son of man, set your face against God.
Against who?
Against God.
Against God. Who is this? Who is this man? Ezekiel 38:1.
20. You bring me down a little bit. 3. Thank you.
All right. Read that again, 38:1.
Ezekiel 38:1. And the word of Yahuwah came unto me, saying, Son of man, set your face against God, the land of Magog.
The who?
The land of
The
Magog.
land of Magog. Anybody know what the land of Magog is?
Russia. How about Russia?
It's like this region between Russia and
Cappadocia.
It's on the Black Sea.
Somebody pull up a map of that so we can see where this is at. This is important to always know what you're looking at. To have a reference of what it is that you're actually looking for. So like a map of Meshach or something.
Cappadocia is Turkey.
It is what?
It's Turkey.
It is Turkey. Keep that in mind. That this person, God, comes from the land of Turkey. Hold on to that. So instead of saying that Magog is Las Vegas, we know what we're looking for, right? We know where it's at. Because we're going by what it's saying.
He moved out.
Right? Read on.
He mean themselves.
The chief prince of Meshach and Tubal.
And who?
Meshach and Tubal.
Look them up for me, y'all. Meshach and Tubal. Is that, see, Meshach, Moscow. Meshach, Moscow. Oh.
The border of Caucasus and Armenia, so it's like Georgia, Armenia, Ukraine area.
Turkey, it's right above Turkey. Northern Turkey.
Albania.
Turkey again.
Armenia is right here next to Turkey.
So all of this is Turkey. Wow. So God comes from Turkey. All right. Read on.
And prophesy against him. And say, thus saith Yahuwah Elohim, behold, I am against you, O God, the chief prince of Meshach and Tubal.
Read.
And I will turn you back.
I will do what?
And I will turn you back.
Read.
And put hooks into your jaws. And I will bring you forth, and all your army.
And who?
And all your army.
So it's not just him. He has an army with him. Read.
Horses and horsemen, all of them clothed with all sorts of armor, even a great company, with bucklers and shields, and all of them handing swords. Persia, Ethiopia.
Wait a minute. Who with him?
Persia, Ethiopia.
When surely that says Europe and Rome.
Persia, Ethiopia.
Persia and Ethiopia. Where are these places at?
Persia is like
East.
Iran. Middle Ethiopia is like East Africa.
In East Africa. Read on.
Persia, Ethiopia, and Libya with them.
And who?
And Libya with them.
Libya. So when you think of the enemy, does Libya ever come to your mind?
No.
It ain't never came to your mind, right? But the book directly speaking of these people, Ethiopia, which is actually Cush. Read.
And all them with shield and helmet. Gomer and all his bands.
Gomer and all his bands. Read.
The house of Togarmah, of the north quarters.
Of the what?
Of the north quarters.
Of the north quarters. What's the land that's directly north of Israel?
Turkey.
Straight ahead.
Syria.
Wow, it's Turkey again.
Turkey.
The book keep trying to tell you something. But instead of us going by what it say, we go by what we want to see. Read.
And all his bands. And many people with you.
And what?
Many people with you.
He says, and many people with you. Read.
Be you prepared. And prepare for yourself. You and all your company that are assembled unto you. And be you a guard unto them.
And be you what?
A guard to them.
And be you a guard unto them. All right, let's get Ezekiel 39 and verse 7.
Ezekiel 39:7. So will I make my Kodesh name known in the midst of my people Israel.
In the midst of what?
My people Israel.
Read.
And I will not let them pollute my Kodesh name anymore.
So right here he says, after this, I won't let them pollute my Kodesh name anymore. Somebody is polluting his Kodesh name. Who y'all think is polluting his name?
Us. Israel.
Somebody just said something back there.
All these places are Muslim countries.
He said, all of the places that he just named, right? And more than that, though. What? It's a man in particular that's blaspheming his Kodesh name. So we're going to be coming back and forth over here, all right? Get me Revelation chapter 13 and verse 4.
So these names of Midgod, Meshach, and Tubal, they're also mentioned as descendants or children of Japheth.
Yes, sir.
So when when it talks about that, and this is because I heard the children of Japheth was the Europeans.
Some of them are, absolutely. Absolutely. All right? Give me Revelation chapter 13 and verse 4.
Revelation 13 and verse 4. And they worship the dragon.
They did what?
They worship the dragon,
They worshiped the dragon. Read.
which gave power unto the beast. And they worship the beast, saying, Who is like unto the beast? Who was able to make war with him?
Who was able to do what?
Who was able to make war with him?
So when we was reading about this guy, they said that he comes with shields, horsemen, and many people with him. He got a great army. So right here they asking, who can fight him? Who can go against this person? Right? Read.
And there was given unto him a mouth.
Give it a what?
And there was given unto him a mouth.
What did he say? I won't let happen to my name no more?
It won't be.
I won't allow you to blaspheme my name anymore. Read.
And there was given unto him a mouth, speaking great things and blasphemies. And power was given unto him to continue 42 months.
How long?
42 months.
3.5 years. Read.
And he opened his mouth in blasphemy against Elohim.
He did what?
He opened his mouth in blasphemy against Elohim.
So over here in Ezekiel, he says, I'm going to stop my name from being blasphemed. It must be this person he's talking about. They must be the same person. Read.
To blaspheme his name and his tabernacle.
And his what?
And his tabernacle. And them that dwell in Shamaim.
And where at?
In Shamaim.
In Shamayim. So it's mentioning he's blaspheming him, and he got something even against the people that's in the Shamayim. Give me Daniel chapter 7, verse 24.
Daniel chapter 7 and verse 24. And the 10 horns out of this kingdom are 10 kings that shall arise.
So what?
Arise.
Let me ask y'all something. Does the Antichrist, will he rule the world?
The beast,
Won't rule the
the
world.
false prophet, and the
This is
beast.
the thing that we've thought. But he's going to actually be at war with different people. So he's not going to get the whole world, but he's going for it. Definitely going for it. Where I got you at?
Verse 24.
Read.
And another shall rise after them, and he shall be diverse from the first, and he shall subdue 3 kings. He shall speak great words against the Most High.
He shall do what?
Speak great words against the Most High.
Same person, right? Speaking blasphemous and great words against the Most High. Read.
And shall wear out the saints of the Most High.
You're going to do what?
Wear out the saints of the Most High.
What does wear out the saints mean?
You know, ain't last
It's worse than getting on your nerves. It's mean he's going to kill them. He's going to kill the saints.
Except for the time be short.
Right? He's going to kill the saints. Keep this in mind. Read.
And think to change times and laws.
And do what?
And think to change times and laws.
He's going to think to change times and laws. Let's go back.
It's the lunar Sabbath.
Ezekiel 39, verse 6.
Ezekiel 39 and 6.
So we got to find out when these things are taking place. Read.
And I will send a fire on Magog.
I will do what?
Send a fire on Magog.
Read.
And among them that dwell carelessly in the isle.
Read.
And they shall know that I am Yahuwah. So will I make my Kodesh name known in the midst of my people Israel. And I will not let them pollute my Kodesh name anymore. And the heathen shall know that I am Yahuwah, the Kodesh one in Israel.
What? Read that one more time.
And the people shall know that I am Yahuwah, the Kodesh one in Israel.
Wait a minute. Does he say the Kodesh one of Israel?
The Kodesh one in Israel.
Wait a minute. So he's where at?
In Israel.
It usually say he's of the Holy One of Israel, but right here he says I'm the Holy One where?
In Israel.
I'll let you know he's touching down on the ground. It's a difference. It's a difference between saying I'm the Holy One of Israel and I'm the Holy One in Israel. So right here he's letting you know I'm touching down on the ground when I'm saying what I'm saying right here. Right? Let's see. Jump down to verse 22.
Verse 22. So the house of Israel shall know that I am Yahuwah, their Elohim.
So notice, he says, the house of Israel shall know that I am, read,
Yahuwah, their Elohim, from that day forward.
from when?
From that day forward.
Because right now, we really don't know him for real. But he's letting you know at this particular time, y'all gonna know me. You're gonna know who I really am at this time. All the veil is going to be pulled away. Everybody's going to know who I am. And you're not going to pollute my name anymore from this day forward. Drop back to verse 12.
Verse 12. In 7 months shall the house of Israel be burying of them, that they may cleanse the land. Yea, all the people of the land shall bury them. And it shall be to them a renown.
It shall be what?
To them a renown.
So it's going to be so many people dead. It's going to take 7 months of burying of the people. Just let that sink in. 7 months of burying of people. Zechariah chapter 12. Yep, we're coming back to that. Zechariah chapter 12, verse 9. Yeah, verse 9.
Zechariah 12 and 9. And it shall come to pass in that day that I will seek to destroy all the nations.
I will do what?
I will seek to destroy all the nations.
He's saying in that day I'm going to seek to destroy all the nations. Read.
That come against Jerusalem. And I will pour upon the house of David and upon the inhabitants of Jerusalem the ruach of grace and of supplication.
And what?
The ruach of grace and of supplication.
Read.
And they shall look upon me whom they have pierced.
They shall do what?
Look upon me whom they have pierced.
Read.
And they shall mourn for him as one mourn for his only son. And shall be in bitterness for him as one that is in bitterness for his firstborn. In that day shall there be a great mourning in Jerusalem.
He says, in what day?
In that day.
In that day, the same day that he don't let his name be polluted anymore. This is the same quote-unquote day that he's speaking of. But he said it's going to be a great mourning. Read.
In Jerusalem, as the morning of Hadad Ramon.
As a what?
As the morning of Hadad Ramon, and the valley of Megadon.
So he said it's going to be a great mourning like something. Give me 2 Chronicles 35 and 23.
You just sit there.
2 Chronicles 35 and 23. And the archer shot at King Josiah. And the king said unto his servant, have me away, for I am sore wounded. His servants therefore took him out of that chariot and put him on the second chariot that he had. And they brought him into Jerusalem, and he died, and was buried in one of the sepulchres of his father. And all Judah and Jerusalem mourned for Josiah.
They did what?
All Judah and Jerusalem mourned for Josiah.
This is what Mashiach was referring to. So when this was a good king, about the last good one. When he died, it was a great mourning for him. Read.
And Jeremiah lamented for Josiah.
Jeremiah is known as what type of prophet?
Weeping prophet.
The weeping prophet. Read.
And all the singing men and the singing women spake to Josiah in their lamentations.
And did what?
Spake of Josiah in their lamentations.
So Yah is letting us know that there's going to be a great mourning in the land. Like Freedom was telling us, we need everybody to come to the land so we can all just cry. When you count it to 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, everybody cry. You're not going to have to do that.
It's like the prophets above.
You're not going to have to do that. It's going to be real. Like exactly, I'm going to give you a reason to cry. It's going to be real. You don't have to fake it and put onions in front of your face and do it. It's going to happen organically. Because it's going to be a day that's really, really, really bad. And it's a bad guy that's coming that's really, really, really bad. My aunt told me, some of y'all was saying, we can beat the devil. We can fight him. Let me give you the bad news. You cannot. You are your own devil. You gotta beat you first. Say that one more time. You are your own devil. You must defeat you first.
Bible study people, was that not our conclusion? That was the conclusion. That's our conclusion.
Remember it. You are bringing the stuff on yourself. So, but this guy is coming, you can't do nothing with him. I'm going to show you as we continue. You can't do nothing with him. Where's we at right now? Read 25 again.
And Jeremiah lamented for Josiah, and all the singing men and singing women spake of Josiah in their lamentations.
In their what?
In their lamentations.
In their lamentations. So again, this was a great king, and they all mourned for him. Mashiach is comparing the mourning for him as it's going to be in that day. What day is that he's speaking of? It's all through the book. The day of what?
Yahuwah.
Day of Yahuwah. That he's been waiting for. He's been behind the scenes waiting, anxious to come back and stop you from polluting his name and stop you from talking about him. Right? Back to Ezekiel 39. Pick it up at verse 26.
Ezekiel 39:26. After that, they have borne their shame.
They did what?
They have borne their shame.
Read.
And all their trespasses whereby they have trespassed against me. when they dwell safely in their land.
When they do what?
Dwell safely in their land.
So he's letting you know this is at the time that he has brought us back from the nations, that you were in where?
Your land.
You were in your own land. So I want you to see that this is at the same time that he's talking to Gog and Magog. Right? Read.
When I have brought them again from the people and gathered them out of their enemies' lands, and have sanctified them in the sight of many nations, then shall they know that I am Yahuwah their Elohim.
He said when?
Then shall they know that I am Yahuwah their Elohim.
And then you're going to know that I am, read.
Yahuwah your Elohim.
Then you're going to know that I'm Yahuwah your Elohim. Isaiah 43, verse 5 and 6.
Isaiah chapter 43 and verse 5. Fear not, for I am with you. I will bring your seed from the east.
From where?
From the east.
Read.
And gather you from the west. I will say to the north, give up. And to the south, keep not back.
What does this sound like? The same thing he said before, somewhere else. It was only in one place before. It was from Egypt. This time he's letting you know that you are everywhere. I'm going to gather my people from, read that one more time.
Fear not, for I am with you. I will bring your seed from the east, and I will gather you from the west. I will say to the north, give up, and to the south, keep not back.
And to the south what?
Keep not back.
This is the same thing that he told Pharaoh, let my people go. But instead of just Egypt, because Egypt actually was representation of the world, instead of just Egypt, it's everywhere that we are scattered to. He's going to say the same thing. Bring my people back. Give them up. Don't hold back. Let them go. Same exact thing. Right? Ezekiel chapter 20, verse 33.
Ezekiel chapter 20 and verse 33. As I live, said Yahuwah Elohim, surely with a mighty hand.
With what?
With a mighty hand.
Same thing in Egypt. Read.
With a stretched out arm. And with fury poured out. Will I rule over you?
Will I do what?
Will I rule over you?
Will I rule over you? Read.
And I will bring you out from the people. And will gather you out from the countries wherein you are scattered.
So he says, I'm going to do what?
I will bring you out from the people.
I will bring you out, read.
And will gather you out from the countries.
And give everybody plane tickets.
And will gather you out of the countries.
So it's people that don't got no money. Right? That can't afford to get up and fly over there. So Yah got to do it himself. That's why he says, wait on me. But everybody want to do it on their own. I'm going to get my own ticket and I'm going to get out of here myself. But guess what? When you get off the plane, what's going to be waiting for you?
Oppression.
Because he said that these curses shall do what?
Follow you.
They're going to follow you. So as soon as you get off the plane or the train or the bus or the boat, hello, I'm here waiting on you. These people over here ain't going to like you either. Because he put a reproach on us. And until he take it off, it's pointless. You can't get away from it. Pick up where you left off at.
And I will bring you into the wilderness of the people.
Into where?
Into the wilderness of the people.
He said, I'm going to bring you into the wilderness of the people. Read.
And there will I plead with you face to face. Like as I pleaded with your fathers in the wilderness of the land of Egypt.
Same thing is all playing out again. I'm going to plead with you face to face the same way I did when I brought you out of Egypt. Read.
So will I plead with you, said Yahuwah, And I will cause you to pass under the rod, and I will bring you into the bond of the covenant, and I will purge out from among you the rebels.
The who?
The rebels.
So even though he's taking us out, guess who coming in there with us? Rebels. Some people that don't want to do right, even they still is there. He said, I'm going to purge out from among you the rebels. So it's going to still be somebody acting a fool in there. Wow. Even there, somebody's still going to be acting a fool. You would think you would get it right by then. But even then, what verse you in?
Verse 38.
All right, read.
I will purge out from among you the rebels, and them that transgress against me.
And them that do what?
Transgress against me.
Read.
I will bring them forth out of the country where they sojourn, and they shall not enter into the land of Israel.
So that's as far as you get to the wilderness, but you don't get into the land. Same thing that took place the first time, right? All going to play out over again. Ezekiel 39. Pick it up at verse 27.
Ezekiel 39, 27. When I have brought them again from the people and gathered them out of their enemies' lands, and am sanctified in them in the sight of many nations, then shall they know that I am Yahuwah the Elohim, which caused them to be led into captivity.
Was what?
Which caused them to be led into captivity.
So he led you. He caused you to be led into captivity. It wasn't by accident. Read.
Which caused them to be led into captivity among the heathens. But I have gathered them unto their own land, and have left none of them any more there.
Left what?
I have left none of them any more there.
So he's going to gather every one of us. I ain't going to leave none of y'all over there. But he just told you, I'm going to purge you out once I get you back there. Verse 29.
Neither will I hide my face any more from them.
So I'm not going to hide my face anymore. Read.
For I have poured out my ruach upon the house of Israel, said Yahuwah Elohim.
So again, all of this stuff is taking place around the exact same time. Ezekiel 38:19.
Ezekiel chapter 38, verse 19. For in my jealousy and in the fire of my wrath have I spoken. Surely in that day there shall be a great shaking in the land of Israel.
Great what?
A great shaking.
Read.
In the land of Israel, so that the fishes of the sea, and the fowls of Shamaim, and the beasts of the field, and the creeping things that creep upon the earth, and all men that are upon the face of the earth, shall shake at my presence.
They shall do what?
They shall shake at my
He
presence.
says, when this happened, everybody, the fishes of the sea, everything gonna shake at my presence. What does shake at my presence mean? I mean, and he there. When he say my presence, this is I'm talking about his face. When it says that Jacob wrestled with him, and he says that Peniel, that's talking about his face. That means he is there in physical form. The man that you talked about all of this time, the Sky Daddy, and all that stuff, don't be standing there. Say it now. Everybody gonna tremble at his presence. A great shaking in the land. Hold that. Get Zechariah chapter 14, verse 4.
Zechariah 14:4. And his feet shall stand in that day upon the Mount of Olives.
On what?
The Mount of Olives.
This again letting you know that he's on the ground.
Absolutely.
He's there. No more away. He's down on the ground.
Right.
Read.
And his feet shall stand in that day upon the Mount of Olives, which is before Jerusalem on the east. And the Mount of Olives shall cleave in the midst thereof.
It shall do what?
It shall cleave in the midst thereof.
What does it mean that the Mount of Olives is going to cleave? It's going to do what? Because he told you that surely it's going to be a great shaking in the land. It's going to be a great earthquake. Talking about the same thing from a panoramic view. He's giving you the same exact thing over and over. Revelation 16, verse 18. When his feet touch that ground, the worst earthquake ever.
Think of what's B5 from? Who is that?
Quote unquote giants.
Yeah, 1,000 times.
Yes. Unlimited though. When he comes, it's going to be a great quake. Read. Revelation 16, 18.
Revelation 16, 18. And there were voices and thunders and lightnings. And there was a great earthquake, such as was not since men were upon the face of the earth.
This is going to be the worst earthquake ever. Notice, how is the weather going to be that day? Read that again from the top.
And there were voices and thunders and lightnings. And there was a great earthquake.
So it's going to be thundering and lightning, voices. And he said when he come back, what's going to happen with the sun and the moon?
Turn to darkness.
They won't give their light. So it's going to be pitch black with a great earthquake, thundering and lightning. So imagine when you're in the house and you're trying to watch that little show that you want to watch, and all of a sudden, boom! And boom! Turn that TV off.
Who is speaking? Turn
Right?
off the TV.
Y'all ever done that?
Grandma.
Unplug it.
Grandma.
Oh, turn that TV off.
Get off that phone.
Oh, get off that phone. I'll be calling you back, girl.
Yeah.
10,000 times worse.
The Lord is speaking.
It's kind of like a foreshadowing of when the Messiah rose and the Roman guards were there and the earthquake was.
Absolutely.
That's the picture that came to my mind.
Absolutely. Same exact picture of coming out of Egypt. Because everybody think that that was a sunny day when it came out. It was not. It was bad. It was scary. Even when we picture Noah in the flood, we just kind of picture water. It was bad. It was a storm. Extreme storm. But we don't be really reading this for what it is. So I hope to bring the life of what it actually is.
It killed the guards. Earthquake killed the guards.
Yep, absolutely. So read the last verse again. Okay.
Quick question. I was just kind of thinking in terms of timeline. When this sickle comes and takes out the pears and burns up so many of the people in Jordan and all that, we will already have been taken back to our land, right?
Yep, absolutely. All right, read the last verse again.
And there were voices and thunders and lightnings. And there was a great earthquake, such as was not since men were upon the earth. So mighty an earthquake.
So what?
So mighty an earthquake.
Read.
And so great.
So mighty an earthquake and so great, he let you know that this is going to be the worst earthquake in the history of the world. The better than or stronger than the one that separated the world from the Pangea. Greater than that one. Scary, scary, scary. Ezekiel 39, verse 8.
Ezekiel chapter 39 And verse 8, behold, it is come, and it is done, said Yahuwah Elohim. This is the day whereof I have spoken.
He said, this is the day where I have spoken. This the day right here that I've been speaking about. The day of Yahuwah. This is it right here. And notice who he's talking to or about in the beginning of the chapter. Somebody named Gog. Right? Somebody named Gog is who he's actually speaking about. Jump down to verse 17.
Verse 17. And you, son of man, thus saith Yahuwah Elohim, speak unto every feathered fowl, and to every beast of the field, assemble yourselves.
Do what?
Assemble yourselves.
Assemble yourselves, read.
And come gather yourselves on every side to my sacrifice.
To my what?
To my sacrifice.
To my sacrifice. So it's going to be two feasts. The marriage feast of the Lamb. So you can either be at his feast or you can be the feast.
Be at the table or on the menu.
Which one do you choose? Because it's actually you who makes the choice. So again, do you want to be at the table or on the menu or on the table? At the table or on it? You choose with what you do. It's going to put you at either one of them. Off of what you were doing. Read that verse one more time.
And you, son of man, thus saith Yahuwah Elohim, speak unto every feathered fowl, to every beast of the field, assemble yourselves, and come. Gather yourselves on every side to my sacrifice, that I do sacrifice for you, even a great sacrifice upon the mountain of Israel.
Upon where?
The mountain of Israel.
Up to the mountain of Israel. Read.
That you may eat flesh and drink blood.
And do what?
And drink blood.
That you may eat flesh and drink blood. Now, you got to figure out, why would Yah let this person come after his people? That's a good answer.
They remove themselves from his seal protection.
What you got? I'll get you next, Ron.
In Ezekiel 38, I think it's 16 through 19, it says, thou shalt come up against my people of Israel as a cloud to cover the land. It shall be in the latter days, and I will bring thee against my land, that the heathen may know me.
All right.
When I shall be sanctified in thee, O God, before their eyes. Thus saith the Lord God, art thou he of whom I have spoken in old time by my servants the prophets of Israel, which prophesied in those days many years, that I will bring thee against them. And it shall come to pass that at the same time, when God shall come against the land of Israel, saith the Lord God, that my fury shall come up in my face, for in my jealousy and in the fire of my wrath have I spoken. Surely in the day there shall be a great shaking in the land of Israel. So in one verse it said, it starts talking about how he was trying to make his name get across everybody. Then in another scripture it says he did it because he was angry and jealous. And I think he was jealous because he was worshiping other gods.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, again, the question, why does he let this person come after his people?
I was saying that it's a test. He wants to weed
so that we know who it is that is protecting us. It's that we know there's no shadow of a doubt who it is that's delivering us and bringing us out. It's not our name or who we are because we're Israel. It's because He's Yahuwah. There's no doubt in everybody's mind that we were hopeless.
Absolutely.
And He did it.
Absolutely. So, as Mashiach goes by many names and titles, so does He. So we're going to go into one of them. Let's get Isaiah chapter 10, verse 5.
Isaiah chapter 10 and 5. O Assyrian.
Oh, who?
Assyrian.
Oh, Assyrian. Read.
The rod of mine anger.
The what?
The rod of my anger.
So he's letting you know right here, I'm using this person. He says, he's the rod of my anger. Read.
And the staff in their hand is my indignation. I will send them against an hypocritical nation.
I will do what?
I will send them against a hypocritical nation.
He's going to send them against a hypocritical nation. This means these people been acting a fool. And I'm going to use him to whoop you and get you in line, as he has done all through the book. So the reason we are here, and the reason these quote-unquote white people are whooping you, is because you were acting a fool, and he used them to whoop you, to bring you back. Right? We don't like it, but it is what it is. It's what the book says. Right? Read that again.
I will send, verse 5.
Yeah.
Verse 5. O Assyria, the rod of mine anger, and the staff in their hand is my indignation. I will send them against a hypocritical nation, and against the people of my wrath.
Against the people of what?
Of my wrath.
Read.
I will give him a charge to take the spoil, and to take the prey, and to tread them down.
And to do what?
And to tread them down.
Read.
Like the mirror of the streets.
Like the mirror of the street. So he's actually giving him charge to do what he's doing, because he's sending them against a hypocritical nation. Because you refuse to do what I asked you. Ezekiel 39, verse 1.
Ezekiel 39 and verse 1. Therefore you, son of man, prophesy against God.
Against who?
Against God.
Read.
And say, thus saith Yahuwah Elohim, behold, I am against you, O God.
I'm against who?
I'm against you, O God.
Read.
The chief prince of Meshach and Tubal. And I will turn you back, and leave but the skin part of you.
But the what?
The skin part of you.
Read.
And I will cause them to come up from the north parts, and will bring you upon the mountains of Israel. And I will smite your bow out of your hand, out of your left hand.
So right here he says, from the north parts, and I will bring thee upon the mountains of Israel. Right? So he just told us in Isaiah that I'm going to bring you against my people. And you're going to tread them down against a hypocritical nation. Daniel 11 and 45. What's that? 44.
Trav, you said the skin part of it. What's that?
You got a little different reading.
My bad. I read skin. It says 6.
Yeah.
Salakia.
Oh. That's not even in the Hebrew.
No. That's me thinking about a whooping. You know what I'm saying?
Six not even there.
The 6th part. You said that it's not there?
It's not there.
Okay.
It's something that the people added.
I believe but a part of you.
Yes, that's what it said.
Sorry, y'all.
Daniel 11 and 45. Let's see where he's going.
Daniel chapter 11 and verse 45. And he shall plant the tabernacles of his palace between the seas in the glorious Kodesh mountain.
In the where?
The glorious Kodesh mountain.
So eventually, he's going to make his way and come into Israel. Right? He's going to come into the land of Israel. Ezekiel 38 and 1.
Ezekiel 38:1. And the word of Yahuwah came unto me, saying, Son of man, set your face against God, the land of Magog, the chief prince of Meshach and Tubal, and prophesy against him.
Against who?
Against him.
Against him. Jump down to verse 12.
Verse 12. To take a spoil and to take a prey, to turn your hand upon the desolate places that are now inhabited.
That are now what?
Inhabited.
That are now inhabited, because the children of Israel will be back. Read.
And upon the people that are gathered out of the nations.
Out of where?
Out of the nations.
And against the people that are gathered out of the nations. Read.
Which have gotten cattle and goods, that dwell in the midst of the land.
Read.
Sheba and Dedan.
Sheba and Dedan, Saudi Arabia. Read.
And the merchants of Tarshish.
Up into Spain, I believe. Read.
With all the young lions thereof, shall say unto you, Are you come to take a spoil? Have you gathered your company to take a prey? To carry away silver and gold? To take away cattle and goods? To take a great spoil?
To do what?
To take a great spoil?
To take a great spoil. Even they is like in amazement at it. At what dude is about to do. So all this is going to take place. All these things are talking about the exact same thing. Joel chapter 1.
Joel 1:1. The word of Yahuwah that came to Joel the son of Pethuel. Hear this, you old men, and give ear, all you inhabitants of the land. Have this been in your days, or even in the days of your fathers? Tell your children of it, and let your children tell their children, and their children another generation. That which the pale worm have left, have the locust eaten. And that which the locusts have left, have the cankerworm eaten. And that which the cankerworm have left, the caterpillar eaten.
So this is letting you know that all the crops will be out of there. This will bring about famine that we talked about before when these things take place. Joel chapter 3, verse 1.
Joel 3:1. For behold, in those days and in that time, when I shall bring again the captivity of Judah and Jerusalem, I will also gather all nations.
I will do what?
I will gather all nations.
All nations. Read.
And bring them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat, and will plead with them there for my people and for my heritage Israel, whom they scattered among the nations.
Whom they did what?
Scattered among the nations.
Read.
And parted my land.
They did what?
Parted my land.
They parted my land. That's a big thing that y'all should watch for. If you look at prophecy stuff, that's a real big thing that you should look for when they part the land. It's huge for them to do this.
What's that mean?
It means you are divvying it up, giving it to this people, and giving it to this people. You are parting it, giving it away. Right? You don't have the right to do none of it. Right? Read what verse what?
Verse 3. And they have cast lots.
Yep.
And they have cast lots for my people, and have given a boy for a harlot, And have sold a girl for wine.
And did what?
Sold a girl for wine.
So we come out of captivity and they're going to do some more wickedness and sell the people again. It's going to be bad. Zechariah 12. Verse 2.
Zechariah 12 and 2. Behold, I will make Jerusalem a cup of trembling.
I will do what?
I will make Jerusalem a cup of trembling.
Read.
Unto all the people round about.
Until who?
Unto all the people round about.
What does that mean, to all the people round about?
Surrounding it.
Surrounding nations that
Surrounded nations. Everybody that surrounds Israel. Read.
When they shall be in the siege.
When they shall be what?
In the siege.
In the siege. Again, he's telling you directly who he's talking about. But for some reason, we make it about here. And it's not. Read that verse again, Art.
Behold, I will make Jerusalem a cup of trembling unto all the people round about.
Until all the people where?
Round about.
Round about. Read.
When they shall be in the siege against Judah and against Jerusalem. And in that day I will make Jerusalem a burdensome stone.
A what?
A burdensome
I'm
stone.
going to make it a burdensome stone. Isaiah 34. Verse 2.
Isaiah 34:2. For the indignation of Yahuwah is upon all nations.
Upon who?
Upon all nations.
Read.
And his fury upon all their armies hath utterly destroyed them. He hath delivered them to the slaughter.
So he's speaking in past tense as if this stuff has already took place. It hasn't. It's like when Paul says he speaks those things as if they are already done. Because he's so sure that it's going to happen, he speak about it in past tense. So when he says, Babylon has fallen. It hasn't fallen yet, but he already knows that it's going to take place. It's for sure going to happen. Read. So let's see what we're talking about. Read.
Their slain shall be cast out. Their state shall come up of their carcasses, and the mountains shall be melted with their blood. And all the host of Shamaim shall dissolve, and the heavens shall be rolled together as a scroll. And all their hosts shall fall down, as the leaf fall off from the vine, and as a falling fig from the fig tree. For my sword shall be bathed in Shamaim.
It shall be what?
Bathed in Shamaim.
He said, my sword is going to be bathed in Shamaim. Read. Yes, sword.
Did I say sword again? I tried to catch it the first time. And then it...
Well, it's got a W in it, so we going to say sword.
What scripture is it?
That's my elder. Okay, go ahead. That's Isaiah 34.
2.
In verse 2. I'll read it again.
We started at verse 2. No, don't start it again. Pick up when you left off at. About 5.
Verse 5. For my sword shall be bathed in Shamaim. Behold, it shall come down upon Idumea.
Upon who?
Idumea.
Idumea. This means Texas or something, don't it?
New York.
Rome, brother. It's Esau. Esau.
Wow. It's not wrong.
Even though Idumea is in Jordan.
It's in the surrounding people. Remember, everything about this book is talking about Israel and those people that we've been fighting with for years, for decades, centuries. Everything is about the surrounding place. Read.
I was thinking about the territory of ancient Rome.
Read.
And upon the people of my curse to judgment.
To do what?
To judgment.
Read.
The sword of Yahuwah is filled with blood. It is made fat with fatness, and with the blood of lambs and goats, with the fat of kidneys of rams. For Yahuwah have a sacrifice in Bozrah.
Chicago.
In Bozrah.
In Bozrah.
That's still right
It's
there.
telling you directly where this stuff is going to take place at.
All
We
right.
can't turn it and make it be what we want it to be. Directly.
Where's Bozrah?
Iraq.
Right there in that same area. Right? Give me Ezekiel 30. Alright.
Yahuwah hath a great sacrifice in Bozrah and a great slaughter in the land of Idumea.
In the land of Idumea. Ezekiel 30. Pick it up at verse 2.
Ezekiel 30 and 2. Son of man, prophesy and say, Thus saith Yahuwah Elohim, how you, woe worth the day, for the day is near, even the day of Yahuwah is near. A cloudy day.
What kind of day?
A cloudy day.
Bright and sunny and beautiful outside.
A cloudy day.
Read.
It shall be the time of the heathen.
Woo. Read.
And the sword shall come upon Egypt.
Upon where?
Upon Egypt.
Oh, that's talking about America right here. Because that says Egypt means bondage, right? No, it means Egypt. It's talking about Egypt. It's talking about the real Egypt. Read, we're going to see.
And the sword shall come upon bondage. And the sword shall come upon Egypt.
Upon what?
Upon Egypt.
Read.
And great pain shall be in Ethiopia.
And where?
In Ethiopia.
But we don't say Ethiopia means nothing else, right? It means exactly what it means. Read.
Because they black.
And a great pain shall be in Ethiopia, when the slain shall fall in Egypt.
Read.
And they shall take away her multitude, and her foundation shall be broken down. Ethiopia and Libya.
And who?
And Libya.
And Libya. Again, direct. We can't make stuff up. It's talking directly about the same people. Read.
Ethiopia and Libya and Lydia and all the mingled people and Shub and the men of the land that is in league.
That is in what?
That is in league.
That is in league. It's a whole bunch of nations that have signed on for this. Read.
Shall fall with them by the sword.
By what?
By the sword.
Read.
Thus saith Yahuwah, they also that uphold Egypt shall fall.
Shall do what?
Shall fall.
Read.
And the pride of her power shall come down. From the tower of sea shall they fall in it by the sword. And Yahuwah, and saith Yahuwah Elohim, and they shall be desolate in the midst of the countries that are desolate. And her cities shall be in the midst of the cities that are wasted. And they shall know that I am Yahuwah, when I have set a fire in Egypt.
And where?
In Egypt.
Read.
And when all our helpers shall be destroyed, in that day shall messengers go forth from me in ships to make the careless Ethiopians afraid. And great pain shall come upon them, as in the day of Egypt. For lo, it's coming.
Is what?
It's coming.
For lo, it is coming. So all of these people that's been fighting and blaspheming his name for decades, for centuries, for millenniums, he gonna finally put a stop to it. I'm not gonna let you get away with it no more. Daniel chapter 2, verse 32. Daniel chapter 2, verse 32.
Daniel 2 and 32. This image's head was of fine gold, his breasts and the arms of silver.
So this is when Nebuchadnezzar has his dream, and he wants to know what this dream means, right? So we got to really, really read this careful, or you're going to miss what it's actually talking about. Read.
This image's head was of fine gold, his breast and his arms of silver, his belly and his thighs of brass.
So this is going through these different kingdoms, Babylon, Medo-Persia, and on so forth and on to Greece. Read.
His legs of iron, his feet part of iron and part of clay. You saw till that a stone was cut out with hands.
So what?
You saw till a stone was cut out without hand.
Anybody know what the stone is right here? It's Mashiach, right?
Just like the altar. You can't touch the stone with a tool.
Absolutely. So this stone right here is talking about the Messiah. Read.
Which smote the image upon his feet.
So if you hit the feet, what happens to the body?
Fall.
Gotta fall down, right? Read.
Which smote the image upon his feet that were of iron and clay, and break them to pieces.
Read.
Then was the iron, the clay, the brass, the silver, and the gold broken to pieces together.
When was it?
Broken to pieces together.
So it's going to all be broken at the same time. This is always missed. We're going to show you what it means. Read.
And became like the chaff of the summer threshing floors, and the wind carried them away, that no place was found for them. And the stone that smote the image became a great mountain.
Became a what?
A great mountain.
What does coming a great mountain mean? A great kingdom. So we got to see all the symbolism and metaphors that he used. This means a great kingdom. Read.
And filled the whole earth. This is the dream. And we will tell you the interpretation thereof.
So
before the
now
king.
he's going to give them the interpretation of what it means. Read.
You, O king, are a king of kings.
You the king of kings. Read.
For Elohim of Shamaim have given you a kingdom, power, strength, and esteem. That sounds like Matthew 6. Huh? And wheresoever the children of men dwell, the beasts of the field and the fowls of the Shamaim have given them into your hand, and have made you ruler over them all. You are the head of gold.
You are what?
You are this head of gold.
So we let him know you are the head of gold. Read.
And after you shall arise another kingdom, inferior to you,
It's weaker, but it's going to take over. Read.
and another third kingdom of brass, which shall bear rule over all the earth. And the fourth kingdom shall be strong as iron. For as much as iron breaketh pieces and subdue all things, and as iron that break all these, shall it break in pieces and bruise.
Shall it do what?
Break in pieces and bruise.
Read.
And whereas you saw the feet and the toes, part of potter's clay and part of iron, the kingdom shall be divided. But there shall be in it of the strength of the iron, for as much as you saw the iron mixed with the very clay. And as the toes of the feet were part of iron and part of clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong,
It shall be what?
partly strong,
And what else?
and partly broken.
Read.
And whereas you saw iron mixed with very clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men.
It shall do what?
Mingle themselves with the seed of men.
So this kingdom is a mixture. What does the Hebrew word for mixed is?
Arab.
What is it?
Arab.
Arab.
Abraham.
So what are the people that live directly around Israel? What are they?
Arabs.
Arabs.
Let's see.
Call them Arabs today.
Let's see. Does this all line up? Read on.
And in the days of the kings shall the Elohim of Shammai,
It says in the days of what?
in the days of the kings,
Of the what?
of these kings,
Of these kings. Keep this in mind. It says in the days of these kings, read.
in the days of these kings, shall the Elohim of Shammai set up a kingdom.
So after Rome was destroyed, did Yah set his kingdom up? But he said right here, in the days of these kings, he's going to do what?
Set up a kingdom.
So it's jumping way past Rome. But everybody read that into this. Right? But it's clearly not that. Read.
Which shall never be destroyed.
So what?
Never be destroyed.
Read.
And the kingdom shall not be left to other people.
It shall be what?
It shall not be left to other people.
It shall not be left to other people. So let's go into Daniel more, and Daniel going to keep giving you the same picture over and over. Let's go to Daniel chapter 8. Pick it up at verse 10.
Daniel 8:10. And it waxed great, even to the host of Shammai. And it cast down some of the hosts of the stars to the ground.
Matter of fact, pick it up at verse 3.
Verse 3. Then I lifted up my eyes and saw, and behold, there stood before the river a ram, which had 2 horns, and the 2 horns were high.
So he's going to give you these same beast or parts, the head, but it's giving you it in a different way. Read.
But the one was higher than the other, and the higher came up last. I saw a ram pushing westward and northward and southward, so that no beast might stand before him. Neither was there any that could deliver out of his hand. But he did according to his will and became great. And as I was considering, behold, a he-goat came from the west on the face of the whole earth, and touched not the ground. And the goat had a notable horn between his eyes.
He had a what?
A notable horn between his eyes.
What do y'all think the notable horn is? Or the little horn, as he calls him in other places? What's this lesson about?
Antichrist, not a Mashiach.
It's him. Read on.
And he came to the ram that had 2 horns, which I had seen standing before the river, and ran unto him in the fury of his power. And I saw him come close to the ram, and he was moved with a choler against him.
With what?
With a choler against him. And,
Go ahead.
and smote the ram, and broke his 2 horns. And there was no power in the ram to stand before him. But he cast him down to the ground, and stamped upon him.
And did what?
And stamped upon him.
And stomped on him. Matter of fact, let's get Daniel chapter 7. Because he's going to give you another look at it. Daniel 7:1.
Daniel chapter 7, verse 1. In the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon, Daniel had a dream and vision of his head upon his bed. He then wrote the dream and told the sum of the matters. Daniel spake and said, I saw in my vision by night, and behold, the 4 winds of the Shammai strove upon the great sea, and 4 great beasts came up from the sea.
So Daniel gives us another view of the same thing. He's just giving it to you from a different angle, using different symbolism. Read.
And 4 great beasts came up from the sea, diverse one from another. The first was like a lion.
First was like what?
A lion.
Keep this in mind. Write these down. First is like a what?
A lion.
Read on.
And it had eagle's wings. I beheld till the wings thereof were plucked, and it was lifted up from the earth, and made stand upon the feet as a man. And a man's heart was given to it, And behold, another beast, a second, like unto a bear.
Like unto what?
A bear.
So now we have a lion and a bear. Write it down. Read.
And it raised up itself on one side. And it had 3 ribs in the mouth of it between the teeth of it. And they said thus unto it, Arise, devour much flesh. After this I beheld, and lo, another, like a leopard.
Like a what?
A leopard.
So we have a lion, bear, and a leopard, right? Read.
Which had upon the back of it 4 wings of a fowl.
Of a what?
Of a fowl.
Of a fowl. Read.
The beast had also 4 heads.
And what?
4 heads.
So this beast had 4 heads, so he just gave us 4 different animals that we should be looking at or trying to figure out what this means. But these are the same 4 beasts that he went through with the statue. He's just giving it to you from a different angle. Go back, Daniel chapter 8, verse 10.
Daniel 8:10. And it waxed great, even to the host of Shamaim. And it cast down some of the host and of the stars to the ground.
To the what?
To the ground.
To the ground. So this beast is going to even be able to get to heaven and make war with them and actually kill some of them. So if it can do this to angels, what do you think a man can do against it? Can't do absolutely nothing. But he gave us some characteristics of this thing so we can know what it's talking about. Give me Revelations chapter 13, verse 2. So what was the beast again that it mentioned in particular? Lion, bear, and the leopard. Read. Revelation 13 and 2.
Revelation 13:2. And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard.
Like unto what?
A leopard.
Wow. So the leopard must be in this. Read.
And his feet were as the feet of a bear.
As a what?
The feet of a bear.
Read.
And his mouth as the mouth of a lion.
So we have the 3 beasts right here in Revelation that he just talked about in Daniel. So we know that the first lion is Babylon, right? Medo-Persia is the bear. And what's the other one? The leopard. That would represent Alexander is in their kingdom, right? So, but all of these kingdoms are in the last beast. Can y'all see that?
So they came together.
They all came together. It is a mixed kingdom. They are all together in this one kingdom. Now, when you pull up the Babylonian Empire. Pull up a map of the Babylonian Empire. See where it's at.
It stretches from Babylon through Israel to Saudi Arabia.
What's the religion in here?
That's Islam.
It's Islam.
Yes.
Pull up the Greek Empire. A map of it.
From Greece to Rome to Turkey, all the way to Israel, down to Egypt, and parts of Arabia.
So the majority of the Greek Empire, what's the religion of it?
Islam.
What is it?
Islam.
Islam. What's the other kingdom?
The Roman Empire.
Medo-Persian. Pull up a map of that.
It's all of Babylon, all of Israel, to the top of Greece to Northeast Africa, including Ethiopia, Egypt, and Libya.
What's the religion over there?
Islam.
It's the same people. The book is directly telling us it's the same people over and over and over again, and what they actually follow. So we can actually go with what is saying, or we can finagle and make it mean something else. Go back to Daniel chapter 8, verse 10 again.
Daniel chapter 8 and verse 10. And it waxed great, even to the host of Shamaim.
It says it waxed great, even to the host of Shamaim. What is it? Waxed great. What is this?
This beast.
This beast. It says even to the host of Shamaim. Verse 11.
Yeah, he magnified himself.
He did what?
He magnified himself.
That's why I call the proud one. Read.
Even to the prince of the host.
Even to what?
Even to the prince of the host.
So he's going even after the prince of the host. Can we find somewhere where somebody say, I'm going to heaven and do something?
I will exalt myself.
Isaiah 14. Give me Isaiah 14. Verse 13.
Say what?
I don't look like that to me.
Give me 1 second, Sean.
I said the train paused.
It's up right here.
It's probably just buffering. No, it's up.
It's up.
It's up.
It's running. I'm looking at
Yeah,
it.
it's working. All right.
Isaiah 14.
Pick it up at verse 12.
Isaiah chapter 14 and verse 12. How are you fallen from heaven, O
Terry,
Lucifer,
mom, this is mom.
son of the morning? How were you cut down to the ground, which did weaken the
Which
nations?
did what?
Weaken the
So
nations.
what is God doing when he comes?
Weaken the nations.
Weakening the nations, destroying it. Read.
She not here.
For you have said in your heart, I will ascend into Shamaim.
I will do what?
I will ascend into
So
Shamaim.
we see that this arrogant dude
That's Isaiah 14.
in Daniel doing exactly this. Read.
I will ascend into Shamaim. I will exalt my throne above the stars of Elohim.
I will do what?
Exalt my throne above the stars of Elohim.
I will exalt my throne above the stars of Elohim. Read.
I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation.
I will do what?
I will also sit upon the mount of the congregation
Read.
in the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most
I
High.
will be what?
I will be like the Most High.
This being like the Most High does not mean that he's imitating Yah. It means he's going to be answerless. I don't answer to nobody. That's what this means. What I say is right. And I don't answer to nobody. Like Yah is sovereign and don't answer to nobody.
It's called Islam. Myself, Lord Master.
I like that. Yeah, that's a nice one. I like that.
What did it say?
Islam, I self, law is master.
I like that.
That's just like Adam and Eve from the jump when he told them he was going to be like Elohim.
Yep,
For them to be able to dictate what good and evil is.
Mm-hmm.
exactly. Same exact thing. That's why he's the arrogant one. Read that last verse again.
I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High.
I will be what?
I will be like the Most High.
But what?
Yet you shall be brought down to hell.
You shall be what?
You shall be brought down to hell.
You're going to be brought down to hell. Read.
To the sides of the pit.
To where?
To the sides of the pit.
To the sides of the pit. I see when this happens. Revelation chapter 12, verse 7. This is in the midpoint of the tribulation. 7. Revelation chapter 12, verse 7.
Revelation 12 and 7. And there was a war in Shammai.
There was what?
A war in Shammai.
So when he magnifies himself against the host, there's going to be a war in Shammai. Read.
Michael and his angels fought against the dragon. And the dragon fought, and his angels, and prevailed not.
And what?
And prevailed not.
They went up there and got whooped up. Read.
Neither was their place found any more in Shammai. And the great dragon was cast out.
It was what?
The great dragon was cast out.
Read.
That old serpent, called the devil and Shaitan, which deceived the whole world.
Which did what?
Deceived the whole world.
He deceives the whole world. Read.
He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. And I heard a loud voice saying in Shammai, now is come salvation and strength and the kingdom of our Elohim.
And the what?
And the kingdom of our Elohim.
Read.
And the power of his Mashiach. For the accuser of our brethren is cast down.
So the Shamaim is rejoicing. We got him up out of here. He can no longer come up here to the gate and defile and say wicked stuff against us. They about to rejoice. Woo! We got rid of him. Read.
And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb, by the word of their testimony. And they loved not their lives unto death.
Unto what?
Unto death.
Because the little horn got up there and said, I'm coming up there and I'm going to set my throne up there. So he got a sanctuary. He had a part that was up there. Read.
Therefore rejoice, you Shammai, and you that dwell in them. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth.
Wow. So now they rejoicing, but guess who he coming after now? The saints. Everybody that's keeping law, statute, and commandments, he coming after you. If you don't want him to come after you, all you got to do is be lawless. But that will lead you to a bigger problem. That will lead you to Yah coming after you. And as great as he is, he's no match for Yah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, but this dude here, we can't do nothing with him. So again, he said, I'm going to set mine up among the stars over Yah's. Give me Ezekiel 28:17.
Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 17. Your heart was lifted up because of your beauty.
He's proud. Read.
You have corrupted your wisdom by reason of your brightness. I'll cast you to the ground.
I'll do what?
I'll cast you to the ground.
Yeah, you came up here and tried to fight, but I'm going to kick you out, cast you to the ground. Read.
I'm going to lay you before kings, that they may behold you. That you have defiled your sanctuaries.
You did what?
You have defiled your sanctuaries.
Again, he set it up, but you defiled your own sanctuary. Read.
By the multitude of your iniquities.
By what?
By the multitude of your iniquities.
By the multitude of your iniquity. So he says, I'm going to cast you out into the earth. Same that event. When that war takes place in heaven, they get cast down to the earth. Heavens rejoice. The earth is now in trouble. Because this madman is down here to get rid of you. Go back to Revelation 12. Pick it up where you left off at. I think it was at 13.
Revelation 12 and verse 12. Therefore rejoice, you Shammai, and you that dwell in them. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea, for the devil is come down unto you.
Having what?
Having great wrath, because he know that he have but a short time.
You got what?
A short time.
A short time. So guess what? He says, if it wasn't for the elect's sake, and he didn't shorten the days, what would take place?
No flesh.
No flesh.
He says, no flesh would be saved. Dude would kill everybody. If y'all didn't come and stop it, he'd wipe everybody out. But his main people he coming after is the law keepers. If you already lawless, continue doing what you're doing.
They don't need to fight you.
Right, because you are already killing you. Read.
When the dragon saw that he was cast into the earth. I'm sorry, is that where I'm at? Yeah. And when the dragon saw that he was cast to the earth, he persecuted the woman.
He did what?
He persecuted the woman.
He persecuted the woman. Read.
Which brought forth the man-child. And to the woman were given 2 wings of a great eagle, that she might fly into the wilderness, into her place, where she is nourished for a time, and times, and half a time.
That is 3.5 years. This is where you would like to be at. Because if you are here, you are protected from him. He can't get you, but he's looking for you. So just like when Elijah was being hid, and what's his name said, there's no place in the kingdom of the world that Jezebel and Ahab is not sent looking for you. So they're going to be looking, so you can't go and hide yourself. So all the people that say, well, we're going to get in the bunkers and we're going to be safe in there, you can't escape. You're not going to get away. You ain't going to get away. It's not going to save you. Right? Daniel chapter 7. Verse 3.
Daniel chapter 7, verse 3. And 4 great beasts came up from the sea, diverse one from another. The first was like a lion, and had eagle's wings. I beheld till the wings thereof were plucked. And it was lifted up from the earth and made stand upon the feet as a man. And the man's heart was given to it. Behold, another beast, a second like unto a bear. And it raised up itself on one side.
Jump down to verse 8.
Verse 8, I considered the horns, and behold, there came up among them another little horn, before whom there were 3 of the first horns plucked up by the roots. And behold, in this horn were eyes like the eyes of a man, and a mouth speaking great things.
Doing what?
Speaking great things.
Talking about the same exact thing. Verse 22.
Verse 22. Until the Ancient of Days came, and judgment was given to the saints of the Most High. And the time came that the saints possessed the kingdom. Thus he said, the 4th beast shall be the 4th kingdom upon the earth, which shall be diverse from all kingdoms, and shall devour the whole earth.
Why is it diverse from all the kingdoms?
Because it's a mixture of all of them.
Because it's a mixture of all of them. The same is the bear, the leopard, and the lion. It's a mix of all of them. And it's a coalition of all different people that's with them. Read.
And shall devour the whole earth, and shall tread it down, and break it in pieces.
Do what?
And break it in pieces.
Shred it down and break it in pieces. Matter of fact, Daniel chapter 8, verse 12.
Daniel 8:12. And an host was given him against the daily sacrifice by reason of transgression. And it cast down the truth to the ground. And it practiced and prospered.
It did what?
Practiced and prospered.
Practiced and it prospered. You might have the prosperity gospel with him.
Oh my goodness.
Y'all like that?
No.
You give you stuff and tell you get the money however you want to get it. Like Joel Osteen, it's gonna sound real good to you. What verse you at?
So into
This
your
is
blessing.
verse 13 now.
Read.
Then I heard one saint speaking, and another saint said unto that certain saint which spake, How long shall be the vision concerning the daily sacrifice, and the transgression of desolation, to give both the sanctuary and the host to be trodden down underfoot?
To be what?
To be trodden underfoot.
So they want to know how long this gonna last. It's 3.5 years. Read.
And he said unto me, 2,300 days.
So when?
2,300 days.
Daily sacrifice. They say that it's going to be sacrifices coming back in there, but I think this is actually talking about the praise. The praise of the lips. He's going to put a stop to it where you can't do it in the open anymore. Kind of like when we was in Egypt. We couldn't worship over there no more. They stopped it. They put a stop to it. Right? Daniel chapter 11 verse 36. Let's see his theology.
Daniel 11 and 36. And the king shall do according to his will.
So whose will?
To his will.
When you do your own will, what does that make you?
Prideful.
Proud. Mashiach says, I came not to do my own will, but the will of him who sent me. Even going to the stake, he says, nevertheless, not my will, but your will. This person does his own will. Read.
And he shall exalt himself.
He shall do what?
Exalt himself.
Read.
And magnify himself above every God.
Above what?
Every God.
He's going to say, I'm greater than everybody. He's not going to come and say, I'm Yahuwah, or he's coming to let you know I'm not them. I'm better than him. I'm greater than him. Read it again.
And the king shall do according to his will, and he shall exalt himself and magnify himself above every God, and shall speak marvelous things against the Elohim of God, and shall prosper till the indignation be accomplished. For that is determined shall be done. Neither shall he regard the Elohim of his fathers.
Neither shall what?
He regard the Elohim of his fathers.
So some people say, see, he's going to be an Israelite. Because it says he won't regard the God of his fathers. But this is Daniel speaking. Why don't Daniel say, neither shall he regard the God of our fathers? Careful reading. Because he don't say, because Daniel is speaking this. He don't say, he says of your fathers. But not if Daniel was talking about Yah, he would have said our fathers. Very key. Read.
Nor the desire of women.
Nor what?
Nor the desire of women.
Nor the desire of women. Where do we see something about a desire of women? Before that. The desire of women.
That's what Satan. That's what the servant told Eve.
That's what?
That's what the servant told
That's
Eve.
what the serpent said to Eve. All the way back there talks about the desire of women. Now, what did all of the women in the Old Testament desire to do? To do what? To have a son. Because they all thought that they might bring forth what?
The Messiah.
The Messiah. So from the beginning, they all was in line trying to get pregnant because they all thought that I might be the one that brings this man forth. Neither regard the desire of women. That means Messiah. He don't regard the Father or the Son. Read that one more time.
All right. Neither shall he regard the Elohim of his fathers, nor the desire of women, nor regard any God.
Or what?
Nor regard any God.
Read.
For he shall magnify himself above all. But in his estate shall he honor the Elohim of forces.
The what?
Of forces.
So he has a God, but he thinks he's greater than Yah and Mashiach. So he is not claiming to be them. He is claiming that he is greater than them. I'm better than them. Just like he said in Isaiah, that I'm going to magnify mine above yours. I'm going to be greater than you. Read.
And a God whom his fathers knew not shall he honor with gold, silver, with precious stones, and pleasant things.
And what?
And pleasant things.
And pleasant things. Read.
Thus shall he do in the most strongholds with a strange God, whom he shall acknowledge and increase with esteem. And he shall cause them to rule over many.
To do what?
Cause them to rule over many.
To rule over many.
And shall...
What verse you at?
This is verse 35.
Read.
And shall divide the land for gain.
He shall do what?
Part the land or divide the land for gain.
He's going to do what?
Divide the land for gain.
He's going to divide the land for gain. Hold what you got. Joel chapter 3 verse 2. Yep, Joel chapter 3 verse 2.
Joel 3 and 2. I will also gather all nations.
I will do what?
I will gather all nations.
Read.
And will bring them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat. And will plead with them for my people and for my heritage Israel, whom they scattered among the nations and parted my land.
And parted my land. This is all talking about the same exact thing. Go back to Daniel, where you was at. Pick it up at verse 40 again.
Daniel chapter 11 and verse 40. And at that time, and at the time of the end shall the king of the south push at him, and the king of the north shall come against him like a whirlwind.
So he don't rule, he's actually at war with another king. Read.
With chariots and with horsemen and with many ships. And he shall enter into the countries.
Into where?
Into the countries.
Read.
And shall overflow and pass over. He shall enter also into the glorious land.
Into where?
The glorious land.
The glorious.
Batteries.
Which one?
That mug ain't even get warm like normal.
Check.
Are you listening to us?
Check.
All right. Where you look up at 41, I believe.
And he shall enter also into the glorious land. And many countries shall be overthrown.
So what?
Many countries shall be overthrown.
Read.
But these shall escape out of his hand.
So somebody's going to get away from him. Read.
Even Edom.
Even who?
Even Edom.
So the Edomites going to get away from him. Read.
And Moab.
And who?
And Moab.
So Edom and Moab is going to escape from him. Read.
And the chief of the children of Ammon.
And who?
And the chief of the children of Ammon.
And the chief of the children of Ammon. So he mentioned three people directly. Edom, Moab, and Ammon. Why do they escape from him? Anybody? For 1,000 Chuck E. Cheese points.
The last battle.
No. Nobody.
I like what B says.
What you say, Pete? No, they're escaping from him. They're not under him no more because they escape him. Right? So let's see.
Can you give us a hint, brother, before you just go on?
I said, why does Edom, Moab, and the chief of Ammon escape from him? We shall see. Jeremiah, chapter 48, verse 1. Jeremiah 48, verse 1.
Jeremiah 48:1. Against Moab, thus saith Yahuwah of hosts.
Against who?
Against Moab, thus saith Yahuwah of hosts.
Read.
The Elohim of Israel. Woe unto Nebo.
Woe unto who?
Nebo.
Read.
For it is spoiled. Come on, y'all.
That name.
It's confounded. I was going to try, but I am. It's confounded and taken.
And what?
It's confounded and taken.
Jump down to verse 9.
Verse 9. Give wings unto Moab.
Do what?
Give wings unto Moab.
Read.
That it may flee.
That it may do what?
That it may flee.
That it may flee.
And get away.
And do what?
And get away.
Jump down to verse 42.
Verse 42. And Moab shall be destroyed from being a people, because he has magnified himself against Yahuwah.
So I'm not going to let them get it. I'm going to get it myself.
That's gangster.
I'm going to get you myself.
That's gangster.
Jeremiah 49 and 1.
Concerning the Ammonites.
Concerning who?
The Ammonites.
Read.
Thus saith Yahuwah. Hath Israel no sons? Have he no heir? Why then do their king inherit Gad?
Do what?
Why then do their king inherit Gad?
So sound like Gad, wherever Moab is at, right? Wow. So they're not in the Samoa. Read on.
And his people dwell in his cities. Therefore, behold, the days come, saith Yahuwah, that I will cause an alarm of war to be heard in Rabbah.
And where?
In Rabbah.
This is one of their lands. Read.
Of the Ammonites. And it shall be a desolate heap.
Shall be what?
A desolate heap.
It shall be a desolate heap, because Yah is coming directly through here himself. Read.
And shall be burned with fire. Then shall Israel be heir unto them that were his heirs, saith Yahuwah.
Saith who?
Yahuwah.
Read.
How, O Heshbon, for Ai is spoiled. Cry, you daughters of Rabbah. Gird you with sackcloth. Lament and run to and fro by the hedges, for their king shall go into captivity, and his priests and his princes together. Wherefore glory you in the valleys, your flowing valley, O backsliding daughter, that trusted in her treasures.
That did what?
That trusted in her treasures.
Read.
Saying, who shall come unto me?
So what?
Who shall come unto me?
Talking arrogant. Who gonna come to me? Read.
Behold, I'll bring fear upon you.
I'll do what?
I'll bring fear upon you.
So again, I won't let him get you, because I'm gonna get you myself. Read.
Saith unto Yahuwah of hosts. Said Yahuwah of hosts, from all those that be about you, and you shall be driven out every man right forth, and none shall gather him that wandereth. And afterwards I bring again the captivity of the children of Ammon, saith Yahuwah.
Verse 7.
Concerning Edom.
Concerning who?
Concerning Edom.
It's the same people that he just told you gets away. And they all in the same exact region. Read.
Thus said Yahuwah of hosts, is wisdom no more unto man? Is counsel perished from the prudent?
From who?
From the prudent.
Read.
Is their wisdom vanished? Flee you. Turn back. Dwell deep, O inhabitants of Dedan.
Of who?
Of Dedan.
Of Dedan. So we already know exactly where this is at. Read.
For I will bring the calamity of Esau upon him, that the time that I will visit him. If the grape gatherers come to you, will they not leave some gleaning grapes?
So jump down to verse 17.
Verse 17. Also Edom shall be a desolation. Everyone that go by it shall be astonished, and shall hiss at all the plagues thereof, as in the overthrow of Sodom and Gomorrah, and the neighbor cities thereof, saith Yahuwah. No man shall abide there, neither shall a son of man dwell in it. Behold, he shall come up like a lion from the swelling of Jordan.
From the what?
From the swelling of Jordan.
From the swelling of Jordan. Where's the Jordan River at? Right below Israel. And who right in that area? Edom, Moab, and Ammon. So this is why they escaped from him, because he is getting them himself. Right? Let's go back to let's go to 2 Thessalonians. He give you a river so you can't mess it up.
It's not the Mississippi.
No, sir.
Spiritual Mississippi River.
Spiritual America.
You gotta stop that stuff, man.
2 Thessalonians. No. They're in their land where they've always been, which is in the Middle East. They've never moved from their land. This is why it tells you directly he comes up from the swelling of the Jordan, meaning the Jordan River. So they have never left from their land. We are the people that were kicked out and exiled from our land. These other people are where they always have been. There's no script that tells you that they moved. So we can get into it more after I finish, if you want to see. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 3.
2 Thessalonians 2 and 3. Let no man deceive you.
Let no man what?
Deceive you.
First thing he told us is let no man deceive you. Read.
By any means.
By what?
By any means.
By any means. Read.
For that day shall not come, except there come a falling away first.
A what?
A falling away first.
So somebody gonna come on the scene and directly demand that you don't worship Yah anymore. If you don't, that means you have did what? Fallen away. Read.
And that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition, who oppose and exalt himself above all that is called Elohim.
So he does what?
Oppose and exalt himself above all that is called Elohim.
He opposes and exalts himself above everything that is called Elohim. Again, he's not going to claim to be the Messiah. He's not going to claim to be Yah. He's going to claim to be greater than him, better than him. That's big. But we know that he's going to do miracles and things of this nature. How do you not be deceived by the miracles?
Deuteronomy 13.
Deuteronomy what?
13.
Deuteronomy
Very important.
13.
Very important.
This will save your soul.
Come, let us follow after others.
So no matter what the miracle is, even if he walks on water, if he brings somebody back to life, no matter what it is, pay attention to what he says. Read.
If there shall arise among you a prophet or a dreamer of dreams, and give you Deuteronomy 13:1. If there arise among you a prophet or a dreamer of dreams, and give you a sign or a wonder.
Give you what?
A sign or a wonder.
A sign or a miracle. Read.
And the sign or the wonder come to pass.
So even if it happens, if he says, I'm going to blow up this building tomorrow using my mind telepathy,
And it happens.
13.
Read.
Whereof he told you, saying, let us go after other
Let
gods.
us do what?
Let us go after other gods.
So the minute that he speak opposite, you're supposed to know exactly who he is and get away from him. So Adam and Eve was in the garden with the serpent, right? How did they supposed to know? The minute that he said something opposite, Yah told you that the minute that you eat from this tree, you're going to die, right? He came, right? You shall not surely die. Right then and there, they knew that's not him. Get away from him.
Liar from the beginning.
Because he's a liar from the beginning. Get away from him. So no, don't mind the miracles. Listen to what he's saying. This is key to your soul. Listen to what he's saying. He's already speaking great things against him, as we read over 5-6 times already. Right? Read where you at.
You shall not listen unto the words of that prophet. And that, I'm sorry, let me go back up just a little bit. And the sign of the wonder come to pass, whereof he spake to you, saying, let us go after other gods, which you have not known.
Which you what?
Which you have not known.
Which you have not known.
And let us serve them.
Let us do what?
Let us serve them.
Read.
You shall not listen unto the words of that prophet.
He said what?
You shall not listen unto the words of that prophet.
Don't listen to the words of that prophet. Read.
Or the dreamer of dreams.
Because he's doing what to you?
For Yahuwah your Elohim proves you.
He's doing what?
Proves you.
He's testing you to see if you love me. Do you know my commandments that I say don't go after other gods? Do you know what I told you not to do? He's telling you directly. When this man come and speak something opposite, you know that ain't me. You know to get away from him. Right? Trying to let you know. Revelation chapter 3. Matter of fact, Revelation 13. Revelation 13 and verse 1.
Revelation 13:1. And I stood upon the sand of the sea, and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy.
The name of what?
Blasphemy.
The name of blasphemy. Read.
And the beast which I saw was like unto the leopard, and his feet were as the feet of a bear, and his mouth as the mouth of a lion.
So you know he has the exact same description as Satan, the red dragon. Same exact description, just like Mashiach is the same description of the Most High. Same exact thing. So we got to figure something out. Ezekiel 39. Verse 2.
Ezekiel 39:2. And I will turn you back and leave but the 6th part of you.
Matter of fact, pick it up at 1.
Therefore, you son of man, prophesy against God.
Against who?
Against God.
Read.
And say, thus saith Yahuwah Elohim, behold, I am against you, O God.
I'm against who?
I'm against you, O God,
Read.
the chief prince of Meshach and Tubal. And I will turn you back and leave but the 6th part of you. It will cause you to come up from the north parts, and will bring you upon the mountains of Israel. And I will smite your bow out of your left hand, and will cause your arrows to fall out of your right hand. You shall fall upon the mountains of Israel.
You shall do what?
You shall fall upon the mountains of Israel.
What does fall upon the mountains mean? He's going to die. You shall fall upon the mountains of Israel. So it's letting us know that this God right here dies upon the mountains in Israel. Revelation chapter 19.
Tap your neighbor and say you're about to learn something.
Verse 19.
Revelation 19:19. And I saw the beast, and the kings of the earth, and their armies, gathered together to make war against him that sat on the horse, and against his army. And the beast was taken, and with him the false prophet, that wrought miracles before him, with which he deceived them that received the mark of the beast, and them that worship his image. These both were cast alive into the lake of fire, burning with These both were cast alive into a lake of fire, burning with brimstone. And the remnant were slain with the sword of him that sat upon the horse, which sword proceeded out of his mouth, and all the fowls were filled with their flesh. So what? Filled with their flesh.
So we see that he's killed. Go to Revelation chapter 20 and verse 7.
Revelation 20:7. And when the 1,000 years are expired, Satan shall be loosed out of his prison, and shall go out to deceive the nations which are in the four quarters of the earth.
He's going to do what?
He shall deceive the nations which are in the four quarters of the earth.
Read.
God.
Who?
God.
Satan.
God.
Read.
And Magog, to gather them together to battle.
So who's doing this war? Is it Satan or God?
And shall go out and deceive the nations which are in the four quarters of the earth.
So what is Satan's name?
God and Magog together, to gather them together to battle.
What's the Antichrist's name? What have we been reading over and over? His name is what? God. Magog means the land of Magog. What's the land of Magog? Turkey. All of these places. Where is Satan seated at? Turkey. Pergamos. It's telling us their name. Prophesy against God.
Ezekiel 39:1. Therefore, you son of man, prophesy against God.
Against who?
Against God.
His name is God.
And say, thus saith Yahuwah, behold, I am against you, O God.
Oh, who?
O God.
So his name is God. What's the one in Revelation again? Because the other one is dead. Revelation chapter 20, verse 7 again.
Revelation 20:7. When the 1,000 years are expired, Satan shall be loosed out of his prison.
He shall be what?
Loosed out of his prison.
Read.
And shall go out to deceive the nations which are in the four quarters of the earth. God and Magog,
Read.
to gather them together to battle, the number of whom is the sands of the sea.
Read.
And they went up upon the breadth of the earth and compassed the camp of the saints about, and the beloved city. And fire came down from the Elohim out of Shammai and devoured them.
And devoured who?
And devoured them.
Read.
And the devil that deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone.
Does he throw God in there? No. Because God is this person. They one and the same. Just like Mashiach and Yah have the same name, these two have the same name, which is God. It's telling us directly what his name is. Everybody got the puzzle face like.
Y'all looking at God like it's a nation, right? Everything he's explaining about God here is of a single individual.
Absolutely. It's a man speaking great things. What you got? Magog is the land. So when he says God and Magog, he means God and the land, meaning the people in the land. So Magog means land. Exactly.
Ezekiel 38, verse 1. And the word of Yahuwah came unto me, saying, Son of man, set your face against God, the land of Magog.
That's what it means. Magog is not a person. It is a place. It is a land. And Gog is the king of the land.
The chief prince of Meshach and Tubal.
All of these places are in Turkey. Revelation chapter 2 verse 12 says, the serpent gives him his seat that is in Pergamos. It is in Turkey. Revelation chapter 13 verse 2, 3, and 4 says that he gives his seat to the beast, which is all in Turkey. Directly from the book. So, Satan's name is Gog. Satan is not a name. That just means adversary. It's actually telling us his name over and over.
When you go to Genesis 10, it doesn't list God. It lists Magog. And it tells you that it's a land.
Absolute.
And it's a place between Turkey and whatever. And that this person,
That's very true.
there, this is the descendants of Japheth there, but it's not talking about God. It's talking about Magog. So it's
God
talking
is
about
the king.
that land, which is this mixture of different people under God.
Absolutely.
And that's bananas.
God says that it said he prophesied against God, the chief prince, the chief, the person, singular. Go ahead. Now.
He aroused the question, where do you go?
Hold on, let me finish. Hold that question. Let me finish out. No, we're done with that.
Wait to the end. Wait to the end. I
Revelation,
know the questions is there.
Revelation 13, 1 and 2.
I said tap your neighbor now.
Revelation 13, 1 and 2.
Revelation 13, and I stood upon the sands of the sea, and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy. And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, and his feet like unto the feet of a bear, and his mouth as the mouth of a lion.
So this is a mixed kingdom again, right? But y'all don't like mixes, right? So, what was Nimrod and them trying to do? Because y'all told everybody to do what in Genesis?
Spread out.
To do what? He told everybody to separate. Right? Genesis 11 and 4.
Genesis 11 and 4. And they said, go to, let us build us a city and a tower whose top may reach the Shamaim.
That may do what?
And whose top may reach Shamaim.
So that spirit has always been there trying to get to heaven, but the Antichrist is actually going to make it there and actually fight against them and stomp some of them down. But they've been trying to do it since then. Read.
And let us make us a name, lest we be scattered abroad.
Lest we be what?
Scattered abroad.
Lest we be scattered abroad. So y'all wanted you to separate and not come together. Right? So when you got a bunch of teenagers who unruly in your classroom, what do you normally have to do with them? Separate them, because when y'all together, it's too much. I got to separate y'all from each other, and I can manage it better. So y'all told them all to separate, but we see at the end, they all come together. Leviticus 19:19.
Leviticus 19:19. You shall keep my statutes. You shall not let your cattle gender with a diverse kind. You shall not sow your field with mingled seed. Neither shall a garment mingled with linen and wool come upon you.
So again, he don't like mixes. And these nations have all come together and mingled themselves together just like he told them not to do. Right? I got to get you myself. I'm going to let him get you at first, then I'm going to come get him and take care of the rest of you. Right? Daniel chapter 9 and 44.
Daniel 9 and 44. Daniel 9.
I mean, my bad. Daniel chapter 11 and 44.
That was second Daniel. Daniel 11 and 40, you said 44?
44.
But tidings out of the east and out of the north shall trouble him. Therefore he shall go forth with great fury to destroy, and utterly to make away many. And he shall plant the tabernacle of his palace between the seas in the glorious Kodesh mountain.
And where?
In the glorious Kodesh mountain.
Read.
Yet he shall come to his end.
He shall do what?
Come to his
He
end.
shall come to his end. Read.
And none shall help him.
Read.
Let's go to chapter 12.
So these chapter breaks kind of throw people off. It's really not a break right here, but they put this here. So let's see it say, at this time. Read.
And at this time shall Michael stand up.
What time is this? The time that he just was speaking of in the last chapter. Read.
And Michael shall stand up, the great prince, which stand for the children of your people. And there shall be a time of trouble.
A time of what?
Of trouble.
What is that called?
Tribulation.
Tribulation.
Tribulation, but what's another name for it?
Jacob's trouble.
Whose trouble?
Jacob's trouble.
Jacob's trouble. Jeremiah chapter 30, verse 6.
Jeremiah chapter 30 and verse 6. Ask you now, and see whether a man do travail with child. Wherefore do I see every man with his hands on his loins, as a woman in travail, and all faces are turned into paleness. Alas, for that day is great.
Is what?
That day is great.
Read.
That none is like it. It is even the time of Jacob's trouble.
It's the time of what?
Jacob's trouble.
It's the time of Jacob's trouble. So like Nate said, he's let this man come on you so you can know beyond the shadow of a doubt that it's not you that's winning. It's not because you Israel. It's not because of none of this. It's because of me. Deuteronomy 32, 35.
Finish this. It is even the time of Jacob's trouble, but he shall be saved out of it.
He shall be what?
Saved out of it.
Deuteronomy 32, 34.
Deuteronomy chapter 32 and verse 34. Is not this laid up in store with me and sealed among my treasures? To me belongs vengeance.
To who?
To me belongs vengeance.
No, get it yourself. Everybody get as many guns as you can. Hunker down and get ready to fight the Antichrist.
To me belongs vengeance and recompense. Their foot slide in due time.
Read.
For the day of their calamity is at hand.
Read.
And the things that shall come upon them make haste. For Yahuwah shall judge his people.
Whose people?
His people.
Meaning it's the children of Israel. Read.
And repent himself for his servants when he see that their power is
When
gone.
they what?
That their power is
He
gone.
said, when their power is gone, when you are powerless. Read.
And there is none shut up or left. And he shall say, where are their gods now?
Where what?
Where are their gods?
That you was trusting in. Read.
Their rock in whom they trusted, which did eat of the fat of their sacrifices, and drink the wine of their drink offerings. Let them rise up and help you.
Let them do what?
Let them rise up and help you.
Read.
And be your protection. See now that I, even I am he, and there is no God with me. I kill and I make alive.
I do what?
I kill and I make
I
alive.
kill and I make alive. Read.
I wound and I heal. Neither is there any that can deliver out of my hand. For I lift up my hand and shout my aim, and say, I live forever.
I do what?
I live forever.
I live forever. Read.
If I wet my glittering sword, and my hand take hold on judgment, I'll render vengeance to my enemies, and reward them that hate me. And I will make my arrows drunk with blood.
Do what?
I will make my arrows drunk with blood.
Read.
And my sword shall devour flesh. And that with the blood of the slain, of the captives, from the beginning of revenges upon the enemy. Rejoice, O you nations, with the people, with his people. For he will avenge the blood of his servants, and will render vengeance to his adversaries, and will be merciful unto his land and to his people. And Moses came and spake all the words of this song in the ears of the people, he and Hosea, the son of Nun.
So these are the last prophecies that Moses was given, and he was pointing all the way to this time that we soon to enter into. Deuteronomy 33, verse 2.
Deuteronomy 33 and 2. And he said, Yahuwah came from Sinai.
Came from where?
From Sinai.
Where is Sinai at?
Arabia.
It is in where?
In Arabia.
It is in Arabia. We made the covenant in Sinai, and in Sinai, if you get caught worshiping Yah in Sinai, what happens to you?
Head, off of the head.
You lose your melon. Read that again.
And he said, Yahuwah came from Sinai, and rose up from Seir unto them.
Unto where?
Unto them.
From Seir.
From Seir unto them.
Wow, who live in Seir?
Edom.
Wow. Edomites live in there. Nope. None of them. Read.
He shot forth from Mount Paran.
From where?
From Mount
I
Paran.
wonder where Mount Paran is at.
Mixed with Chittim, brother.
Yeah, that's Arabia too. Read.
And he came with 10,000 of saints from his right hand with a fiery law from them. Yeah, he loved the people, and all his saints are in his hand.
Jump down to verse 26.
Verse 26. There is none like unto Elohim of Yeshurun, who ride upon the Shamaim in your help, and is in his excellency on the sky.
He rides on the sky. Read.
The eternal Elohim.
The who?
The eternal Elohim
Read.
is your refuge, and underneath are the everlasting arms. And he shall thrust out the enemy from before you, and shall say, destroy them.
Do what?
Destroy them.
Read.
Israel then shall dwell safely alone.
They shall do what?
Dwell safely alone.
Israel then shall dwell safely alone. Read.
The fountain of Jacob shall be upon the land of corn and wine. Also his Shamaim shall drop down dew. Happy are you, O Israel. Who is like unto you? And who is the sword of his excellency? And your enemies.
Go back.
And
Verse 29 at the top.
happy are you, O Israel. Who is like unto you? O people saved by Yahuwah.
Oh, people who?
O people saved by Yahuwah.
Read.
Your shield of your help. And who is the sword of your excellency? And your enemies shall be found liars upon you. You shall tread upon their high places.
So, as you can see, it goes full circle, all along, showing exactly what's going to take place in Jacob's struggle before it and after it. There's going to be a mean person that's going to come out, and his goal is to destroy every last one of us, and not just us, all flesh. That's his goal, because all flesh is Yah's creation, and he want to get rid of everything and everybody. So Yah got to shorten the days in order to keep them from doing it. So again, God is the name. That is not talking about the place, that is talking about the person. Right? So with that, this court is adjourned.
Comments, questions, concerns. Teach Anti-Mashiach Part 2. Part 2? Part 2 going once. Part 2. Next week. Next week? Part 2 next week? I think we might go with that.
we give them a break. So this is a lot to digest. Go back and watch it.
How many of y'all say all y'all need is a week to digest it? Go on now. What you got?
I got two questions. Hey, Anthony, real quick. You got that phone? The first question is, are you saying like, okay, are you saying like Satan's name that Most High gave him?
Turn on channel 1 out.
From these texts, it's showing you that that's who it is. His name is God. So it says, right.
Antichrist or Satan?
Both of them have the same name.
Kingdom, which means kingdom.
Right. They have the like, because remember, it's a group that's directly in the wilderness that's being protected from it. So he's not over them, but you notice he's at war with them.
Who are those people?
Well, we believe that Egypt was one of the people that was at war with him. That go back all the way to the what is it? The Ptolemy and the Seleucid kingdom. They were still at war with them. So Antichrist is just the last person of the quote-unquote Antichrist, because they've been coming along the whole time. That's why they call him the Assyrian,
right,
or the Chaldean. They call him all of these different names. So it's been there the whole time, but he's just the last and great one.
So the king of the north and the king of the south.
He is the king of the north.
Okay.
The king of the south is fighting against him. I believe that is Egypt. I ain't dogmatic on that, but I believe that that is Egypt that's fighting against him.
And are they coming with like different Islamic principles than what he's trying to promote, and that's why they're at war?
Remember, he says, a kingdom divided against itself shall not stand. So that's why the Middle East has never been able to stand, because they not together. But he actually is supposed to get them together, and he's supposed to start out with 10 nations behind him, right? So the 10 horns is 10 different nations that's with him. But then they going out to try to conquer everything and everybody. But before he get to do it, as you can see, Egypt, not Egypt, but Moab, Ammon, and them, they escaped from his hand. So everybody is not directly under him. But we gonna be took over there to be in his presence, which is scary in itself.
Alright. Repeat again about the 10 kingdoms, and you just named 3 kings. The last 3 kings you named is the 3 that's not gonna get part of it, right?
That shows you that they got away from him. But he starts his kingdom off. It says he's 7 heads and 10 horns. The 10 horns mean 10 kingdoms. So his kingdom starts off, and he is the 11th, right? So it starts off with 10 nations behind him. But then it's going to grow, and it's going to go through to conquer everything in his path that it can conquer. So he starts off with 10 nations.
Now, do this go back to Nebuchadnezzar, the statue? That kind of related to that a little bit?
Nebuchadnezzar had a dream to show you what it was talking about.
Right, so it's still dealing with the 10 toes. Really, the 10 kingdoms, actually, the 10 toes.
Right.
So it's about the 3 being plucked out.
Right. So Nebuchadnezzar's kingdom is the head of gold. And it also is the lion. Again, he's giving you this whole thing from different perspectives, but it's talking about the same exact thing.
Different angles.
Right?
I just pass through.
What I was kind of confused about is Ezekiel 38:2. Because if God is the individual, what's confusing me is that it says, "Set thy face against God, the land of Magog." And why did it call God the land of Magog in Ezekiel 38:2? And then
It's not calling him the land. Magog means the land.
Right, but they named the individual in Genesis chapter 10 Magog. So later on in Ezekiel 38 and 2, it says, well, that's what's.
Read a different translation. That's what I'm about to say. If you read,
Okay, so in the scriptures it say something different.
yes.
Okay.
Son of man, set your face against God of the land of Magog, the prince of
Okay.
Roth, Meshach, and Tubal,
And do what?
and prophesy against him.
Against him.
So that's one person, him.
Okay, so there it has that of.
Yes.
Here, okay, no,
But it's that prophesy against
Him.
him that let you know it's talking about.
Yes, and he is the man at the end. That's why it's telling you it's his name. He is the man that he's been talking about the whole time, that all the prophets been talking about.
Even in that translation, read verse 3.
it does say against him.
Yeah, but read verse 3.
It says, and say, thus saith Yahweh Elohim, behold, I am against thee, O God, the chief prince of Meshach and Tubal.
He's the prince. Yeah.
So he's the chief prince. He's the ruler of it.
Right. Genesis 10, God isn't even mentioned, only Magog is mentioned. So it shows that this is some kind of person or individual with this name.
So it's, I don't want to take up all the time.
Go ahead.
Is he the descent? Is it saying that he's the descendant of Magog, or is he just
No.
somebody that just popped up somewhere?
He's from the land of there. He's in there.
Right.
So this is his kingdom. So now we got to understand when the flood took place, where did the ark land at? Mount Ararat, right? That is Turkey. Right? That is Turkey. So from there, Satan dispersed the people because this is where land is at first. What you got?
It's a lot of different places people give on where Mount Ararat is. Nobody really gave it a distinct place, like to where it was actually at. Because a lot of people, it's debated amongst different scholars that Ararat is somewhere else. You know,
So, but we got to look at the scriptures, right?
right.
Where does the land of Magog is at?
It said it was between Turkey and Midian.
Yeah. All of this stuff points to the
Right
same
together.
exact. All of this stuff points to the same exact place. So, whoever's saying that is in Turkey, I'm gonna go with them because the Bible is showing Turkey. Right? So that's what we gotta go with. Whoever line up with script, we gotta go with them.
Turkey and Persia is right next to they're right together.
Yeah.
The mountains is right there.
What you got, B?
So even like from like this dealing with the Hebrew, like God and Magog is the exact same word, except for there's a prefix on Magog, which means from.
Right. Exactly. So again, Revelation chapter 2 tells us directly that Satan's seat is in Pergamos, which is in Turkey. Then he tells us in Revelation chapter 13, verse 3 and 4, that he gives his seat to the beast, which is the Antichrist. So all of the stuff directly tells us exactly where it's at, who it is, so you can't make a mistake and put what you want to put there. Again, I know we want to make it about over here, but it's not.
What, this ain't, well, this is kind of off topic. What does the letter waw, what does that stand in the Hebrew, which letter, which number?
Talk
of
to him,
letters?
B.
It's
Which number of letters is that?
it's it's like 6 or 7.
It's like 6 or 7?
But it means like what or in.
It's 6.
6, yeah.
6.
Yeah.
And that's what's tripping me out right there because God, the G is like the 6th letter of in the English alphabet, and and they use the wa as an O. So it's like that tripped me out a little bit. I was just thinking about that for a minute. Anybody else have some questions?
What you got, Cal? I don't know, but I believe it still might be. We'll see. Yeah, absolutely. So all of the evil people in the book are a picture of Antichrist. Every one of them, just like all the righteous are. So he's going to come in peace. We had a king that was over everything, and he came in peace. His name means it. Who are we talking about?
Solomon.
Solomon. The man sinned directly in front of everybody's face, and we act like we didn't see it. Solomon. He sinned. He broke every commandment that Yah set forward for the kings. He broke every last one of them. Multiply wives.
Set up
horses. He said, don't get horses from Egypt directly. He directly got the horses from Egypt. He says, if you get them women, they're going to turn your heart away from me. He went and did it and got 1,000 of them.
Build high places.
He already gave them silver and gold. It was no need for him to multiply it. And what was the amount that he got every year? 666 talents. So in Revelation it says, here is wisdom. Let he who has understanding, right? Understand the number. It is the number of a man, and his number is 666. That's directly linking you back to Solomon. So this king is going to be real similar to Solomon. He'll be sitting directly in your face, and you won't know it, and you will overlook it, just like everybody else overlooked Solomon directly sinning against Yah, and we act like he wasn't doing it.
Right.
What you got, Art?
So before, I remember we had a lesson on you in particular, and you were alluding to Nimrod, possibly.
Absolutely.
So is this a different understanding of doctrine, or is this does this go into that? Because I know Revelations 9 was talking about him resurrecting out of the bottomless pit.
Right, and I still believe it.
Okay. So he's saying God is a different name for it. That's actually his
Yeah,
name.
this is like the name, because Nimrod was not really his name.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Nimrod was a placeholder for Revelation.
It's like how we talking about these different people are like placeholders for the same type of entity. So you got your Joseph, you got your
Moses.
your Moses, you got your Isaiah, you got, right? These are placeholders. You know what I'm saying? Showing a coming Mashiach, a type of Mashiach. It's the same thing from the jump on the opposing side. Remember, the woman's seed and the serpent seed. So if the woman's seed has been showing forth himself the entire time throughout the book, so would the serpent seed. Now we just see it manifest when it's time to bring both together, the actual people, Mashiach against God. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Exactly. The whole nine. These are just entities showing you, hey, at the end, the actual people that these people were embodying is right here now.
Yes, sir.
And I was just gonna add to that, like, my bad. The structure of paganism is after Nimrod, so it would make sense that if one was to resurrect, that he would have to resurrect like Mashiach resurrected, because he's trying to imitate him and do everything that he did. So we're saying that God, who is Hasatan, which was just a title, meaning the adversary, we know that this person has a name, God, is going to resurrect Nimrod and be him in the flesh again.
Yes, but I'm not going to be dogmatic on it.
I'm just trying
to
understand.
I got you, but definitely God is the person. That is the long-awaited God that's coming. So Nebuchadnezzar was a picture of him. Haman was a picture of him. And all these other wicked people, especially Absalom. Absalom was a great picture of him, right? All of them is the pictures of him but God is the one. Like Mashiach is the one.
And for everybody that's hearing us talk about Nimrod and all that, y'all gotta go watch the lesson because y'all wouldn't know what we was talking about.
So when you talk about like the Antichrist is already here.
I don't know if he's here.
No. When the scriptures talk about the spirits, like the spirit,
Oh, okay.
people have
Gotcha.
the spirit of Antichrist. Like, would that also tie into like people having different spirits of different things? And does that also tie in with the principalities and things of those things that we wrestle with?
No. The whole spirit of anti-Mashiach, that is anything that opposes Yah. That's the spirit. But it was always somebody that was the main person of it. So it started out with Nimrod being the original one that opposes him. Then we have Pharaoh in Egypt who says, who is Yahuwah that I should listen to him? He is it. Then you get to the Assyrian kingdom, and they got that guy, I forget his name, but he's doing it. Then you have Sisera that's doing it. And you keep going through history all the way up. It's always that main guy in Alexander the Greek doing it. Then Nebuchadnezzar doing it. So all of them had the spirit of anti-Mashiach. So the spirit that other people say, man, I had the lust spirit on me. That's really just your flesh. You got to overcome it. I got the spirit of wrath on me. That's coming from you. That's why I said we got to overcome you or your own devil in the beginning. You got to overcome you first. So we got to be able to defeat ourselves because we definitely can't defeat dude.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we just got to be plain when it comes to, oh, he got the spirit of this on him. He got the spirit of that on him. Let's just talk plain. Okay? A brother got the spirit of lying on him. Right? What is he? Let's not blame it on no spirit. He a liar. The Bible say that all what? Gonna be in the lake.
Liars.
All liars, not all spirits of liars. Right? If the brother is lustful, it's not a lustful spirit that's on him. He's a whoremonger. The Bible was very concrete. Right? When we do things like, man, it's all right, that brother just got the spirit of this on him. Now, we are avoiding accountability for him and putting it on something that is above or supernatural. So now, because it's just the spirit of this on him and it's not him, he's okay. No, the brother's a whoremonger. Let's deal with him how we're supposed to, right? When we see the scriptures talking about, right? When we see the scriptures talking about spirits that were cast out of people, what were these? They were making them go nutso, right? And this was cast out of the man, and that was cast out of the man. These spirits were actually able to speak and had names. We're not talking about, oh, that brother got this type of spirit on him. That sister got a whoring spirit on him. We ain't talking about none of that. Keep it real. Don't avoid accountability. If a sister is whoring, it's not the spirit of whoredom. Okay? We gotta stop doing. Listen, y'all, and the reason I'm saying this is because if you don't deal with you, you'll always put it off on something else. There's a pattern that gets created with that. We've been taught that since kids, right? Oh, the devil in this place today. Oh, we stop it. Auntie is the devil in this place today. She the one who been gossiping. Well, that's the spirit of gossip on her. Auntie gossiping. Yes.
And it was very, very odd and scary. And I prayed and it left immediately. You were talking about demons and So the reason why I'm asking this question, because of what you just said, so I'm trying to get a hold on what exactly happened to me.
Yeah.
This is kind of embarrassing. There was this young man at the church where I used to go to. He was the choir director. He wasn't on my mind. He was a little bit younger than myself, maybe between 5 and 10 years younger than me. I didn't pay him any attention. I didn't like him. What I mean is I wasn't attracted to him as, my type or anything. One time I was there and all of a sudden these feelings started coming. I did not like them. They made me feel uncomfortable, and it was sexual, just kind of cold.
Yes.
And it was so strong, and I felt like this. Because I was like, every time I would see him, this would react. But it wasn't in here, because if he had asked me on a date, I would have said no. He wasn't unattractive, but I just wasn't attracted to him. So I'm like, and I prayed about it because it felt very dirty. And I prayed, and it only lasted for about 2 weeks, and it was gone suddenly. So what would you, because I did not want that. And like I said, I was not attracted to him. It was not an opportunity that I looked for. It was almost like my body reacted.
So,
that was
it says that we have a law that is in our members, and then we have another law that is what? Give me that Romans 7. Give me that Romans 7, last verse.
I just asked that. It was a long time ago, but just in case somebody else has experienced that.
Yeah, but see, remember, we have what we call temptations, right? Remember what we was talking about in Bible study when it says, resist the devil and he'll flee, right? What happens if you feel that feeling and you give into it?
It's definitely sin, but that's what weirded me out. It would be like somebody, all of a sudden you're looking at a table full of, like, if you're allergic to fish and all of a sudden you want the fish that's on the table, that doesn't even go together.
Right.
That's just off the hook. That's sort of the way it was.
But it happens. It happens. Right? Give me that verse.
Because it seemed to come out of nowhere is what I mean.
Give me the last verse.
It's
Romans
different
7,
if you are attracted to
Once it's conceived.
Right.
Romans chapter 7, verse 25. I thank Elohim through Yahushua HaMashiach. So then, with the mind, I myself serve the law of Elohim.
He said, with my mind, I serve the law of Elohim. In your mind, you're like, I would never do that. I'm not doing that. But what he said?
I serve the law of Elohim, but with the flesh.
But with the what?
With the flesh.
What?
The law of sin.
The law of what?
The law of sin.
So if I give it to my flesh, we're not able to control a lot of times the desires that come upon the flesh, right? Like it comes, right? It comes. But at that point, we are supposed to do what with those desires?
Cast them down.
Right? Read the verse right before
But
that.
that's not a spirit, is what you're saying.
I don't believe that that's a spirit.
Verse 24.
I believe that that's the flesh that's put on us. Remember, they are at war with one another.
Enmity.
Right?
This
Enmity.
happened to be something that up here I was totally not into, but
We actually about to get into it. We about to get into it. Read the verse before it.
Verse 24.
Yeah.
O wretched man, O wretched woman that I am, who shall deliver me from the body of this death?
From the body of this death, right?
I just had to put the woman in there too,
Come on.
My mind is tempting me.
I thank Elohim through Yahushua HaMashiach.
He said, I thank you, Elohim, through what?
Through Yahushua HaMashiach.
Come on.
So then, with the mind, I myself serve the law of Elohim.
Now let's jump back to verse 14. Let's look at something real quick now. Come on.
Verse 14.
Yeah.
For we know that the law is spiritual.
The law itself is what?
Spiritual.
And how do we act out the law? Physically. Right? Come on.
But I am carnal.
But I am what?
Carnal.
But I myself am what?
Carnal.
I'm physical. I'm carnal. That's what?
Sold under sin.
How are we sold under sin? Did you put yourself in that position? No.
Yeah.
Adam
right? Put us in the position, sold us out, right? We sold under sin through this flesh, yes? Come on.
For that which I do,
For that thing that I do, what?
I allow not.
I allow not, come on.
For what I would.
What I what?
For what I would.
What I would do.
That do I not.
I don't even do what I want to do. In my mind, I'm like, I probably shouldn't do that.
Prophet Kelly.
What did he say? My mind
is telling me no,
but
my body.
My body telling me yes.
Right? Look, Johnny, buddy.
He told you.
But there's
More
nothing
babies.
Go on.
That do I not. But what I hate.
But what?
But what I hate.
Then what?
That do I.
In my mind, I don't, what? I hate this. I don't want to do this, but I'm doing it. He's not describing a spiritual attack. He's describing your flesh versus the ruach, versus my mind. Come on.
If then I do that which I would not.
He said, and if I do the thing that I'm not supposed to do, then what?
I consent.
That what?
Unto the law that is good.
So now you're saying if I'm actually going and doing the thing that my mind is telling me I shouldn't do, we're actually consenting that the law is a good thing. Because it's keeping me away from this. You know what I'm saying? Come on.
Now then, it is no more I.
It is no more what?
No more I
but what?
That do it, but sin that dwelleth in me.
That sin that what?
Dwells in me.
Come on.
For I know that in me, that is my flesh.
That is my what?
My flesh dwelleth no good thing.
Ain't no good thing in this. So when those undesirable desires come, that's my flesh that's promoting them. Because it's starving for something. It's trying to get me to do something against the law of Elohim.
Well, I was starving.
Right? And that's listen, we hear. That's the reason why I said that, right? The flesh was starving for something, right? So now, even something that in your mind you wouldn't even compute, the body like,
If it was just this one, I liked other guys, but
Oh my gosh.
I didn't want to have a relationship with. It was like, well, let me ask you this: isn't it like when Satan tried to tempt Mashiach? Does not he speak to a Satan with suggestions?
Jump in Matthew 4. So he said, do he speak with suggestions?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like kind of give you that little push.
Yeah, because like I said, it came out of nowhere. I'm talking about literally, like I'm looking around the room and all of a sudden, the body goes, ooh, like that. I'm like,
With suggestion.
for 2 weeks and it was gone, and I'm looking at him like, what was it? He's like, oh, brother.
Suggestion is always something that the adversary does, right? Did it in the beginning,
That's what it seemed like.
right? But how do you overcome that? By what you did. He said, do what? Resist the devil and what? He will flee. But remember, like we was talking about for Bible study, you're actually in resistance of yourself.
Yes.
He's not going to tempt you with something that's outside of you.
Hold on, I gotta get to Gabby because she had her hand up before.
Sister Gabby.
Sister Gabby. Okay, we got you now.
Using her situation, sorry, sis, I'm gonna use you.
Oh, wretched woman that I am.
Oh, wretched woman. If you use her situation, so when it says, I'll turn you over to a reprobated mind.
Yes.
If it's not a spiritual thing, then explain that for me.
So let's pull that up. Let's get that reprobate mind. So now we have two types of minds, right? He says, I'll turn you over to one, right? We got two types of mind in the text. We have a carnal mind, and we have a renewed mind, right? What does it say? To be carnally minded is what? It's death. So if I have a carnal mind, what won't it do?
Renew.
What won't it do? What won't my carnal mind do? It won't tell me the right thing to do. My carnal mind, my flesh mind, right? It said it's sold under sin. My flesh is sold under sin.
So he said, I am carnal, sold under sin. So if my mind is carnal, sold under sin, what is that mind going to completely do? That's it. Now, he gives you the option and the opportunity to choose. Once you continue to choose the carnal mind, then he'll do what? You can have it. I'm completely separating you from this one. But go ahead.
Romans chapter 1 and verse 28. Come on. And even as they did not like
to do what?
To retain.
What does it mean to retain?
Hold on to.
To keep. He said they do not like to retain, keep, hold on to what?
Elohim in their knowledge.
In their what?
In their knowledge.
Where's your knowledge? And here, come on.
Elohim gave them over.
He gave what?
He gave them over.
You can have, so when he says he gave you over, he's giving you something that you already have. I'm giving you over to it. I'm just not going to let you go back across this line. He says, so he gave them over to a what?
To a reprobate mind to do those things which are not convenient, being filled with all unrighteousness.
I'm going to give you over to something that you want to do anyway. This is what you're asking for. So now you're going to convince yourself that it's right. Once you've convinced yourself that it's right, and I'm through with messing around with trying to fight back and forth with you, you can have it. Right? Come on.
Being filled with all unrighteousness, fornication, wickedness, covetousness, maliciousness, full of envy.
What does the carnal mind do? What does it provoke? What is it trying to get you to do? So it said it's filled with all unrighteousness. And what else?
Full of envy, murder, debate.
What was the first thing he named after all unrighteousness?
Fornication.
Why? Why is fornication the first thing he named after saying all unrighteousness? No, you sin against your own soul anytime you go against Yahweh. No. That ain't the only way you can sin against your own flesh.
No, he's talking about in Corinthians when it says.
Oh, when you're committing fornication. What was that? 3 and 16, 6 and 13, something like that? I know what you're talking about. But what does one commonly do? What is the common thing known unto man when it comes to the flesh? What is one of those things that hold on to people in general? Sexual immoralities. One thing that our society has been and completely is today is a sexual society. Everything is sexualized. It's the easiest one to get into, sometimes the hardest one to get out of. Right? If you desire a pork chop, you can get a turkey chop and it tastes like it. If you desire the opposite sex, you're going to keep doing whatever it takes to get it. There ain't no opposite side. It's either do it or don't do it. Right? Well, go ahead and read those real quick.
Being filled with all unrighteousness, fornication, wickedness, covetousness, maliciousness, full of envy, murder, debate, deceit, malignity, whisperers, backbiters, haters of Elohim, despiteful, proud, boasters, inventors of evil things, disobedient to parents, without understanding, covenant breakers, without natural affection, implacable, unmerciful, who knowing the judgments of Elohim.
So he said they know the judgments of Elohim. This is how you're giving over to a reprobate mind. You only get reprobate when you know the right thing and do wrong. Right? He said, who knowing the judgments of Elohim, go ahead.
That they which commit such things are worthy of death.
You're worthy of death now, because now you have a what type of mind?
Reprobate.
A reprobate mind. That carnal mind. To be carnally minded is what? Is death. Right? The wages of sin is what?
Death.
Once the mind ponders sin, what does it say in James that's going to happen? That sin, once it's conceived, does what? Brings forth death. The renewed mind does what with that same thought? Cast it down. Put it into subjection unto Hamashiach. That's the difference. That when you talk about fighting against yourself, that's what you got to do. There are going to always be things that arise up that go against Elohim, and you're going to know what it is. Even if you try to trick yourself that you don't, you know. Principalities. What are principalities?
Like when it talks about we wrestle not with flesh and blood, but with principalities.
Ephesians 6:12.
So remember this. Satan has a whole system set up around you to cause you, because he has one commandment. What is it? Do as you will. Whatever it is, that's the commandment. So he got a whole system set up around you to act in your flesh. Right? So if you feel good, do it. If you like it, do it. Even if it hurts somebody else, do it. This is the part of that principalities that you're not wrestling against, because he already got everything around you to make you kill yourself.
And we actually about to get into that. So when he's talking about not wrestling with flesh and blood, when we look at certain principalities, we look at them as if they are let's just read it so we can see. We're looking at them as being supernatural a lot of times, right? But we have to take into consideration the entire context of the text, right?
Ephesians chapter 6, verse, I'll pick it up at 11.
Yeah.
Put on the whole armor of Elohim.
Do what now?
Put on the whole armor of Elohim, that you may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil.
So he said, put on the whole armor of Elohim. What would that be?
The word.
So drop down to verse 13.
Verse 13. Wherefore take unto you the whole armor of Elohim, that you may be able to withstand in the evil day.
And where?
In the evil day.
Having what?
And having done all to stand.
Go ahead.
Stand therefore, having your loins girt about with truth, and having on the breastplate of righteousness.
All right, now, I really want y'all to take into consideration what he's getting ready to say. Okay? But hold that. Jump back to verse 12.
Verse 12. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood.
We wrestle not against what?
Flesh and blood.
We wrestle not against what?
Flesh and blood.
We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but what?
But against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness.
Against what?
Spiritual wickedness.
In what?
In high places.
All right, now, I want y'all to take into consideration everything that I just mentioned. What do y'all think that this principalities is right here? Because a lot of people say that the principalities are spirits.
They're the rulers of the earth.
They're the what?
Rulers of the earth.
So are those, is it talking about just spirits? Because if that was the case, there would be no reason for it to mention the one at the bottom that says against spiritual wickedness in what?
Places.
So he wouldn't be mentioning it twice, right? So what are these principalities? If we look at verse 1, read verse 1.
Children, obey your parents in Yahuwah, for this is right.
So children, obey your parents in Yahuwah, for this is right. So a child to a parent, what is that? That's a principality. Read the next verse.
Verse 2. Honor your father and your mother, which is the first commandment with promise.
Obey your parents and the master, right? Then he said, honor your father and your mother. That's another what?
Principality.
Read the next one.
That it may be well with you, and thou mayest live long on the earth. And you fathers, provoke not your children to wrath, but bring them up in the nurture and admonishing of the master.
Read the next verse.
Servants.
Who?
Servants.
Be what?
Be obedient to them that are your masters.
Servants to masters is a what? Come on.
According to the flesh, with fear and trembling, in singleness of your heart, as unto Mashiach. Not with eye service, as men pleasers, but as the servants of Hamashiach, doing the will of Elohim from the heart.
With what?
With good will, doing service as the master and not to men.
So when you serve in these principalities, you're doing it as if you're serving who? Mashiach, and not who? Not the man you see in front of you. Come on.
Knowing that whatsoever good thing any man doeth, the same shall be received of the master, whether he be bond or free. And ye masters, do the same things unto them, forbearing, threatening, knowing that your master also is in Shamayim. Neither is there respect of persons.
So he's giving instruction to the masters, to the parents, right? Come on.
Finally, my brethren, be strong in the master and in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of Elohim, that you may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil.
For what?
For we wrestle not against flesh and blood.
Every person that he named above was what?
Flesh and blood.
He said, we're not wrestling against them, but what?
But against principality.
Against the what?
Principality.
So what is the principality? The actual power that they're holding. And what else?
And against the powers.
And the authority that they have. Come on.
Against the rulers.
Against who?
The rulers.
Of what?
Of the darkness.
Of what?
Of this world.
Of what?
Against spiritual wickedness.
Now he says against what?
Against spiritual wickedness.
In what?
In high places.
So what are the spiritual wickednesses in high places?
It will have to be the pride and stuff like that these masters have.
Daniel. Right? Laying on his side, waiting on a prayer. Right? And then he called to receive the prayer. What happened?
Gabriel and Michael.
Gabriel was trying to bring him the prayer. But then the power over the what? The prince of
power of the air.
Of Persia. So of a place, the power over the prince of that particular place did what? He withstood it. Right? So we talk about spiritual what? Wickedness in high place. We still not talking about, oh, the lustful spirit over there, brother. No, we're talking about what controls this place. Right? Now we got spiritual wickedness in high places. Right? Everything else, these powers that are on the earth we have to deal with, but there's also a power over these places. Right? Every place got a God that they bow to and that they deal with. Yahuwah never told you that there wasn't no such thing as other gods. Right? These people are in control of what's going on here. Right? Hashatan have a system set up is what he said, right? It said he has angels, his own angels, that do what? What do they rule? They rule over the world. It said the earth has been given into the hands of the wicked. Right? And it falls down from there. Come on.
Wherefore, take unto you the whole armor of Elohim, that you may be able to withstand in the evil day.
So how do we fight against the powers or the wiles of the devil? That evil day. How do we withstand against it? Come on.
Armor up with the word.
Stand therefore, having your loins girt about with truth.
With what?
With truth.
What does that mean? Having your loins girt with what? The law. What else?
And having on the breastplate of righteousness, and your feet shod with the preparation of the gospel of peace.
The gospel of what?
Of peace.
Why do you gotta have the gospel of peace with you? Because you're fighting the evil with the good. He said, be what to all men? Right? Come on.
Above all, taking the shield of faith.
Taking the what?
The shield of faith.
Come on.
Wherewith ye shall be able to quench all the fiery darts of the wicked.
Come on.
And take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Ruach, which is the word of Elohim, and the sword of the Spirit.
The who?
With the sword.
Not the sword. The what?
Of the Ruach, which is the word of Elohim. Praying always.
Doing what?
Praying always with all prayer and supplication in the Ruach, and watching thereunto with all perseverance and supplication for all saints.
So we're understanding what these powers and principalities are, right? How do we fight against them? Keep the law. Keep the law. Believe in Mashiach. Have faith. Don't put more on it than what it got to be. Right? Don't make excuse for wickedness. Oh, yeah, you know, what? I had that lustful spirit on me back in the day. You was wilding, man. It's a whore, brother. You know what I'm saying? Have accountability. The first, what they say, the first step to recovery is what?
Being able to confess it.
Being able to confess, hey, my name is Travis, and I am a whore. That's the way that you get over this stuff. Don't keep blaming it on something else. Because that way you're able to maintain your righteousness as a person, as a believer. It's not me, it's the spirit that's on me. Stop it.
Everybody just do what Travis just did with your own thing. My name is Mello, and I was the proudest. Go ahead, go.
They say I was the man.
Pride, oh, give me pride.
But that's just being honest, man. That's the only way we're gonna get beyond this state of mind and beyond saying, oh, I just can't. I don't see how he say we gotta not sin. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Well, I just don't know how to do that. Yes, you do. You actually know. Just don't do what you know you're not supposed to do. Once you go into that doing what you know you're not supposed to do, you're putting yourself at risk of Yahuwah saying, I don't want you anymore. Because you're doing it on purpose. You know it already. You know it already. Do not fall into that. You know what to do and what not to do. You see the red light there. What are you supposed to do? You can't get mad at the police for giving you a ticket once you ran it.
It was, you know, that it was yellow and I couldn't stop. No.
That means you didn't obey the yellow one. What the yellow one tells you to do?
Oh, that means speed up for me, though. That means speed up. I'm a block away. I'm getting through it.
I had the spirit of speed on me. That speed demon. That speed demon, y'all help us. Sister Cynthia gave a testimony on Bible study that was very, very powerful, man. I really wish y'all was on there to hear it, right? But there came times of temptation, and she said, I would rather die than to go against what Elohim has told me to do. Right? That was powerful to me. Because do you actually have that in you? Do you actually got that in you? And I'm not asking you to answer that right now because I don't want you to answer it falsely. I don't want you to lie. Right? I want you to think about it. Do you have that in you to say, I would rather die than deny the Most High? Because whatever it is that you desire, whatever it is that's trying to overtake you, your own desires, you know what you can do with that? You give the petition over to Yahuwah. You deny yourself, deny yourself, deny yourself, deny yourself, and he'll give it to you.
And like you said, we gotta be real with the thing. The stuff that you're fighting with, most of us enjoy it, right? You enjoy the attention of it. You know what I'm saying? But you gotta admit it. Because if you don't, you're gonna continue to trick yourself and do it anyway. You know what I'm saying? So when we look back at Joseph, right? When a woman is direct and she means stop for real. Fellas, you know she means stop for real, right? Right? Same thing. When Joseph was in Potiphar's house, and that lady kept coming to him day by day by day by day. If he wanted her to really stop, she would have stopped. Guess what? He's playing with the sin. This is what we often like to do. I'm going to play with it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't going to do it, but I'm going to flirt with it. Woo-hoo. And you know what you're doing. So again, if you don't come to grips and tell the truth to yourself, you're going to fall right in it. Oil pills, banana and ice. Woo!
I was about to say, what is he talking about?
Right in it.
Real talk.
Straight up.
Real talk.
That's why you can't trick yourself.
Man, the best thing you can do with your own soul is to be honest. I always say, if you can't look yourself in the mirror and actually like what you see, you gotta change something. If you look at yourself in the mirror and you know it's something flawed about you, you know it, you know you flawed out. Whatever aspect that is, change it. Change it. Because if you don't, you're probably not gonna make it to the kingdom. If you can't look at you, what make you think y'all gonna want to? You know what I'm saying? We got a couple on the chat, bro. I'm gonna run these real quick. Hold on, y'all.
Ezekiel 39:29.
Yes, sir.
It gave it was saying that in that time, the Most High is going to stop hiding his face. Would that be further proof that the Most High is not speaking directly to us in these day and age?
I would think so. Because right now, remember, right, at this time, he talking about, I'm going to come down. I'm going to make it known who I am. I'll let you know what's up. You know what I'm saying? So,
what's the question?
Is Ezekiel 39:29. Neither will I hide my face any more from them, for I have poured out my ruach upon the house of Israel, saith Yahuwah Elohim. So his question was, does this further prove that the Most High is not directly talking to us right now?
Yes, he is. He is speaking to us through his word. This is us talking. This is why all these people be coming to me. Man, y'all told me to tell you something. Why you ain't tell me? And then what you trying to tell me goes against what I'm supposed to be doing. It goes against the law. So no. So what that makes us more deep. See, I got the revelation the last night to come up with this lesson. No. You study the book. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. Can't be deeper than what we are. Anything else on there?
No, that's a good question. So you know how Christians, they say that from Malachi to the New Testament was a dry 400 years. The Most High was a dry 400 years. The Most High was dealing with the children of Israel from that time period. But we know that the Maccabean time period was in that time frame. Was the Most High actually dealing with Maccabees and visions and images, or he was just acting on what he knew was right with the sword? Because that will further supplicate what he's saying.
I'm gonna leave that one. I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that one on the table. That's what we can read.
There were no prophets between them until Mashiach came. No prophets was speaking to Israel until Mashiach came, to John the Baptist.
So when these people say, we're the prophets of the Lord, is it? Would they be? Moses, I've came back. This is King David. That's Peter.
All right, here go the questions on the chat. We're going to run through these. I know y'all hungry. I'm hungry. All right. From Ak Mike. Me and my friend was having this convo.
One before that.
There's one before that?
Which will come first, the mark of the beast or the anti-Mashiach? Right.
The anti-Mashiach comes first. He has to give it. He's the one that's giving the mark. So the mark doesn't come before he gets here.
So the jab ain't the mark of the beast?
No, it is not.
Trump was the Antichrist. You ain't know that? Obama, I'm sorry, Obama.
Because they did tell us, after they said
Joe Biden is the
Obama,
Antichrist.
they told me back then that Obama is definitely it. Or if he ain't it, he's gonna give you to the one. So now it's been Obama and it's been Trump. And then when Trump was there, you said Trump is it. Yep, it's the final Trump. That's exactly what they ran with. See, at the last Trump. And then he ain't there no more. You still got the group saying, oh, Trump's still the president. He's just waiting behind the scenes. Now we have this clown, Biden.
Somebody, I seen a brother get on and say, he talking about, why is they trying to trick us to say his name Biden? I went to school, that man's name is Ben. Boy's name is Ben. All right, here go the question out here. Now is Mikey's next. Am I in the right spot?
That was Mike too. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Me and my friend was having this convo. He was saying that Yah made the islands before the 6 days of his work in Genesis 1. Can you guys go over that and explain?
He made the islands what?
Well, islands are only islands because they're surrounded by water. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So when he said, let the dry land appear, that's when the islands came. Yeah,
right. So it was already there.
So that's
You notice he didn't say, and it was good.
right.
And it was so.
And it was so.
So yeah,
Man,
I'm an island boy.
Alright. Also, do you know how many years it has been since Yah created everything on the 7 days?
We're almost near the end of the 6,000 year.
Is there any biblical proof that shows the existence of dinosaurs or any biblical proof proving that dinosaurs didn't exist? He says yes.
They're in the Smithsonian.
Messiah.
All right. Wow, God is even trying to have a title that's close to the title God. Well, in English.
Yeah.
But in Hebrew, it's like, you know. I understand what you mean, though. So when he get here to America, or we oh God. All right. What about volcanoes happening worldwide? What about Matthew 24? Those things must happen. Volcanoes erupting, all that type of stuff, that gotta happen. Is the farmers?
All of that stuff is going to coincide with what's going to cause the famine. So a bunch of stuff that's going to cause death and cause the whole economy and everything to go awry. All of that is going to play a role in it.
Is the pharmacy, shots, and drugs a form of antichrist? Because its job is to heal us, and mainstream media says you can't live or won't be okay if you don't make it. Well, I mean, like drugs they can't confess. Like drugs can't confess that that Mashiach is not here. So maybe the people that, if the people that are ahead of the pharmacies are saying that Mashiach did not come in the flesh, that he is not the son of Elohim, then those people can be antichrist.
Right.
But the drugs themselves are not personified in a way that we can call that drug. Hey, the vaccine is the antichrist. We can't do that.
Once they give it the vaccine, they put it in your left arm. You know what I'm saying? Nobody ain't got it in their forehead yet. You know, so it just can't be it.
Can you break down the questions with as much scriptures as you can? I really want to study this. It's okay if you can't break down everything. All of the questions. So honestly, that pharmacy question, you don't really need scriptures to ask if the pharmacy is an antichrist, because only a person can be an antichrist, not a thing, right? When it comes to
and again, he's not here yet.
Right.
He's not putting this forward to say that this is from him.
Exactly. When it says, is there any biblical proof that shows the existence of dinosaurs? No.
Bohemian.
There's a couple of distinct animals that I don't think a tyrannosaurus walked the earth. You know what I'm saying? There's a couple of animals with big different descriptions that have animals down here before, but I wouldn't say that it was a T-Rex or a Stegosaurus.
Is there any biblical proof of dinosaurs not existing? Honestly, you got to really consider what a dinosaur is, and if there's a subject matter of it in the text.
Learn the law.
Do we know how many years it's been since Yah created everything? We went through that.
We're close to the end of the 6,000th or the 6th millennium, getting ready to go into the 7th millennium.
All right. I think we are good on everything. Have y'all addressed the fleeing to the wilderness as a place of safety doctrine? Many times.
We don't know, nobody knows exactly where the wilderness is, so nobody can just up and go. So if you end up in the starting desert somewhere, you're going to find some of the people out there that you don't want to come across.
There is no such thing as you being able to flee to the wilderness for safety, because he said that this woman was given wings and he placed them into the wilderness. So whatever desert you want to run to right now, you wide open. The serpent can find you there, because I can find you there. So wherever he's going to put us is going to be a place that only he knows, only a place that he has set up.
Get Amos chapter 9.
Amos chapter 9.
Pick it up at verse 3, I believe.
Verse 3. I'll start at verse 2. We can start at verse 1. And I saw Yahuwah standing upon the altar, and he said, smite the little door of the post that may shake, and cut them in the head of all of them. And I will slay the last of them with the sword, that flee of them shall not flee away, and he that escape of them shall not be delivered. Those that escape of them shall not be delivered.
He said, they escape, they shall not be delivered.
Though they dig into hell.
Do what?
Though they dig into hell.
So this is the people that's in the bunkers. He said, though they dig into hell, read.
Then shall my hand take them.
I know where you are. Read.
Though they climb up to Shamaim.
So they do what?
Climb up to Shamaim.
So they'll say that this is the space station. No, this is just something high that they're in. Maybe a building or something. Read.
Then I'll bring them down.
I'll do what?
I'll bring them down.
Read.
Although they hide themselves in the tops of Carmel.
In the top of a mountain. Guess what? I know where they are. Read.
I will search and take them out there. And though they be hid from my sight in the bottom of the sea.
And where?
In the bottom of the sea.
Read.
Then will I command the serpent, and he shall bite them.
And he shall do what?
And he shall bite them.
And he shall bite them. It is nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. When it's there, the only place of safety is in that wilderness where Yah takes you to be protected at. So when we was with Cook, and they told us to flee from
Good.
to flee from here, Gok or whatever you say. That was straight foolishness to have us go there.
All right. That's it?
Don't pray.
Come on, Johnny, go ahead, sing us out.
We're gonna pray, we're gonna pray, we're gonna pray, we're gonna pray, pray out, pray out, pray out, pray out. We're gonna pray, we're gonna pray, we're gonna pray, we're gonna pray, pray out, pray out, yeah.
Hey, from now on, we're gonna sit a mic back there with him.
That's how you sing the pray out.
That's how you sing to pray out something. From now on, that's how you sing to pray out something.
Did you get the name?
Who's doing,
Oh, Donnie White, right? Y'all keep Brother Donnie in y'all prayers. Who'll be on the stream. His wife, he said she got pneumonia, right?
Yes.
And she's on a respirator. Everybody, get your health together, man. Get your health together.
Monica. Who's doing
Huh?
Shayla.
You know it?
Oh, yeah, be here.
Grab that mic from
It's right here in the chair. Better go do it without that phone, too. Yeah.
We'll try.
Abba Yahuwah, we thank you for another Shabbat day, Father. We thank you for your word that brings forth light, Father. We thank you for allowing us to hear this, Father, and be prepared, Father, for us to lay aside every way of sin that is easy to set us, Father, so we may be ready for your coming, Father. We ask you to continue to keep us in your care, Father. We just have a special prayer for those of us who are sick, Father. We pray for our sister Monica, as you see her healing wings, Father, and touch her in her body, Father. Give her strength, Father. We ask you to give the doctors wisdom and understanding, Father, to see those things that they need to see, Father, to allow to assist in their healing, Father. We ask you to be with Brother Larry, Father, and his family during this time, Father. We ask you to be with all those who are sick, those who are suffering financially, spiritually, emotionally, Father, economically, Father. We ask you to touch us, Father, and allow us to come back to this time appointed again. Keep us, Father, safe from the trials of the devil, Father. Keep us safe from all those things that may come against us, Father. Allow us to be a light as we go forth through this week, Father. All these things we pray in the name of Yahushua HaMashiach. So be it.
So be it.
Avinu Shabbat Shemayim, Yikadosh, Shenka, Tavo, Vakuka, Yease, Ratzonka, Varek, Kasher, Nasha, Vashemayim, Tein Lanu, Kayon, Likim, Kikanu, Muslak, Lanu, Eight, Ashmatenu, Kasher, Soki, Anaknu, Lasher, Ashmu, La'al, Tabinu, Lede, Mesa, Ki, In, Hatsulanu, Mi, Hara, Ki, Laka, Hamam Laka, Mahagibora, Rahati Parek, Lome, Mulami, so be it. Hallelujah.
While